Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Can't stop shoveling, burn my guts. Eyes roll back, I lose my mind. Still I dive back one more time. Mouth on fire, tears all cut. Still going till it burns my butt. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Fatty beef swimming, lotus root snap. Tofu so soft, but the broth just slaps. Lips all swollen, face gone numb. Every bite's a dare and I don't back down. I feel that wildfire crawl from my tongue down through my soul. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Can't stop shoveling, burn my guts. Eyes roll back, I lose my mind. Still I dive back one more time. Mouth on fire, tears all good. Still going till it burns my butt. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Oh! I say this is the last bite. Then I reach for the ladle again. If heaven tastes like this tonight, I'll take the heat. I'll take the sin. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Can't stop shoveling, burn my guts. Eyes roll back, I lose my mind. Still I dive back one more time. Mouth on fire, tears all cut. Still going till it burns my butt. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. One more bite, one more night, one more bite, never
What up? I can't believe it, it's Chinese New Year. And I just had a fucking fantastic night. God damn. What a good fucking night it was. Oh my god. So, I know, all you filthy Westerners, you have no idea what the fuck Chinese New Year's is, all of that shit. But I live near a gigantic Chinese community, okay? And it's one of the most fucking banging times ever. You know what's real fucked up? I can't believe it, 4 streams in 1 week. Neither can I, Green Sky Wizard. Neither can I. I should be face down, passed out at my fucking desk right now, but somehow I've survived. Right? You know what's been real fucked up? Is somehow the Chinese New Year celebration in my country was way more fucking banging than New Year's itself was. Because the Chinese people down here still put a bunch of fucking effort into it. There were fireworks, there was a fucking dragon parade, they had the big Chinese drum out that they were like pulling on a platform and like banging on it and shit. It was great. Oh my god, it was so fucking good. It's New Year's, but everyone speaks Chinese, basically. Right, so I went out today with my wife, and goddamn, I got my wife one of these like Chinese dresses, and it's like the hottest little fucking number I've ever seen on her because she's got hips on her. Oh, and it's got that like slit down the side that goes up just a little bit too high. Oh, it was perfect. And I'm walking around in this fucking Chinese outfit with the rice hat, and you know what the best part is? I really miss this about old school Western society back in the 90s, right? But like, I was walking around like this. Now, what do you think would happen if I was to walk around like this on like a university campus in California or some shit, right? What do you think's gonna happen? That's offensive. Take that off. How dare you? You're culturally appropriating. Me. Do you know what I got from the Chinese people there? I got high fives. They were like, I like your foot. I like your foot, white boy. They were like, that's fucking cool. And you know what the thing is? You know what's really, really fucking funny about it? Most of them know where these clothes are from because they were also wearing it. Everyone was having a good time. Everyone was fucking, you know, just balling out, having the best time of their life. A few people got a little bit too pissed drunk and fired off fireworks in the wrong direction, nearly fucked themselves up. But man, it was fucking great. I wear ao dai, traditional Vietnamese dress for men and women. People want to take pictures with me. I know that this is the coolest shit ever. People wanted to take pictures because they were like, I fucking love that foot. That shit looks cool. And you know what's real fucked up is this is like a meme costume thing that I got a hold of so I can use it in videos and shit whenever I'm like referencing Chinese stuff. Unironically though, it is so goddamn comfortable. This shit is so comfy. I can't be mad at people wearing this shit. It's so fucking comfortable. I can't believe it. Man, it's been a fucking great Chinese New Year. My kid had a great time. She got to see all the fireworks. Man, my wife, oh God, my wife and her Chinese dress. Oh, it's flawless. Because it's got that side slit thing. Damn, that shit does things to me. Can't keep this fucking hat on. I'll fucking put it behind me. It's fine. If you installed Warframe, they have Chinese New Year's cosmetics. Now, today we're going into Soulframe, and I'm never touching Warframe because I'll lose my fucking soul to that game. I've told you this once. I'll tell you this a million times. That game will take away my goddamn soul. Holy fuck, it's been banging. It's been so good. And you know what's really, really funny about Chinese New Year's in my country? Guess what is the hottest selling toy during the Chinese New Year's parade? And it's the most Chinese thing you'll ever guess. It's the best shit ever because it's the funniest shit ever. Satisfactory. No, well, no, that's for the people who fucking never leave their home. The hottest selling toy at the Chinese New Year parade that happened today is a shitty LED light up Japanese samurai sword. And it just says made in China on the side. Because they know white people are too fucking stupid to be able to differentiate the different cultures. They're selling like shitty Japanese swords with LEDs in them, and people fucking buy that shit like crazy. It's the funniest thing ever. I'm gonna take this shit off. I'm gonna take this off because it keeps on falling off my goddamn head, and I've lost the little button thing that like ties off the knot. No, I didn't. I can just, let me just tie this correctly. As a kid, you would buy a shiny sword too. Exactly. Right? Every kid there was like, Mom, I need the sword. Mom, please, you don't understand. It's culturally insensitive for you to not buy me this toy on Chinese New Year, and it only costs $50. Please, Mom, you have to buy this for me. And of course, I bought one for my kid as well. She loved swinging that shit around. You should try Chinese mooncake. Yeah, no, I think, look, honestly, the Chinese mooncake that I can get down here is a little bit too dry and shit. But I've tried the actual traditional stuff, and it's fucking fantastic. A lot of the Chinese sweets are actually really, really good. They taste fantastic. So, in keeping with today, we're going to be playing some Soulframe. I don't know if Soulframe is Chinese or not. I don't know who made Soulframe. Probably the Warframe guys. I believe. Maybe I'm making that up in my head. But this is the plan for today. You fuckers have been putting a bunch of shit in my Discord reacts that I just have not been looking at all. So today is the day I catch up on at least 4 of those videos. And then after that, I'm just gonna ball out playing Soulframe for the very first fucking time. I like Asian sweets because generally they're not overly sweet. Yeah. No, I had a conversation with one of the guys. Like, there's actually like a really, really old Chinese guy, right? Who makes these sweets by hand, right? In like a back room before he like sells them. And he, like, when I was like, how much sugar do you put in this? He was like, we put next to none in it because sugar's expensive. And that just seems like a cop-out for trying to make things taste good. And a lot of the sweets taste like fruit as opposed to tasting like just pure sugar, which I really, really like. And man, they're so fucking good. They're delicious. I'll get obsessed with those things. That's how I gain another 10 kilograms if I keep going back there. God damn, it was so fucking good. And it's really depressing knowing how much effort they put into their Chinese New Year. And then looking at the way Christmas and New Year's was treated last year in my country and seeing just how fucking bland it was and how boring it was. Oh man, it was disappointing as fuck. But I'm also kind of not surprised, right? For some context, South Africa is China's bitch, right? But the country I live in basically is China's bitch. If China says jump, my country doesn't say how high. They say, would you like me to suck your dick while I do it, sir? We basically belong to them. So yeah, all that mineral wealth, that's gone. That's going straight into Chinese pockets. Stream doesn't auto start on YouTube anymore, got a notice. And the play button up. Oh, that's annoying. Lucari's unbanned now. I did see that. After 34 days... I thought he was already unbanned, to be honest. I thought he was unbanned after 7 days, but no, apparently he got a month off. So, Twitch has now proven that the standard is don't say anything funny, don't make spicy jokes, but you can actively have child porn on Twitch, and we will unban you at a later point in time. How royally fucked is that? We don't use sugar, we put sweetened dog pancreases. Well, they taste like heaven. It must be the torture that they use on those dogs that make them taste so good. No wonder Hassan loves them so much. But no, it's been a fucking... Oh, man, it's been so good. And I did my favorite thing. We booked like a seat at this little Chinese hot pot place, right? And I really, really fucking love hot pot. Like really, 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 really spicy hot pot. Now, I love the taste of it, but my asshole doesn't. So at if any point in time in this stream, I just get up and run, understand it's because I'm blowing shit out of my ass. I'm breathing fire like I'm a backwards dragon. I'm told MSG goes with everything. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. It's the monosodium glutamate is one of the scariest fucking things you can put on anything because it tastes good. You're gonna play Genshin Impact? No, I'm not Jeffrey Epstein, so I can't play that child porn game. I'll pass on that one. So this is the plan for today. There are 4 videos. Is MSG good with sweets? I haven't tried it. I'll give it a try and I'll tell you. There's probably MSG in it anyway. I have 4 videos to catch up on in the Discord reacts. And then I'm just gonna vegetate out playing Soulframe. Because I am burned the fuck out from my job right now. I am so destroyed by it because some bad shit started happening. So that means I might be, at some point soon, forced into attempting to make content creation my full-time job, unless certain problems get resolved. Which is really, really fucking sad. I love my job. I love what I do. Even if I bitch out about it, even if it, like, exhausts me, I actually love my job. And I hope it doesn't get destroyed. Now, there's 4 things we're gonna watch today, right? We're gonna figure out why video games are collapsing. Wait, that's the wrong scene. We're gonna be looking at a little bit more Ashes of Creation information. Because... holy fuck, I wanted to do an entire timeline and it just keeps getting worse. There's just more on top of more on top of more. This fucking Ashes of Creation drama just keeps fucking getting worse over time. Holy fuck, I thought it was gonna be over by now. If that happens, ANET needs to unban you real fucking fast. No, they never will. They never will. They're a bunch of little bitches, and they don't understand context or jokes or entertainment or absurdism. They will never unban me. I know that for a fucking fact. The more interactions I've had with ArenaNet, the more I've realized that they are never, ever, 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 ever going to unban me. Which makes me real sad, because I really like that. Then, after that, I'm going to take a look at this, just because this seemed interesting to me. The loneliest generation, and I don't think it's mine. I think Zoomers are actually a worse generation than mine. I think that this problem specifically is worse than mine. And to start off, I think today, to start off specifically, because you fuckers posted this in the Discord. Evening, just finished painting another degenerate miniature. You should put some nipples on them. You should put some nipples on your miniatures. Make an NSFW one. put the alien in a lace bra. All it takes is one reasonable person at ANET, but the staff are afraid of HR. It doesn't. That's the worst part. The more I've dug into... So I'll say this now, right? I've been digging a lot into the history of all the fucking people who've been banned over the years in Guild Wars 2. Do you know what the ArenaNet team responds to? There is only one thing that makes them reverse their decision. Only one. And nothing else. And you should be able to guess what this is. Little Blade Knight's real fucking close. It's not even money, Daryl. These people are so subhuman that they don't even... The goal isn't even money. It's not even lawsuits. They will sit there believing that they're right no matter what. A better looking taxi. It's a bit too late for that one. There is one thing that ArenaNet seems to respond to over time. It's public pressure. And I'm not going to turn you into my personal fucking army, because you're not my personal army. Every single one of you is a person to me who can think for themselves and do things. I don't get to sit here and yap at you and tell you what you should or shouldn't do. I think that's bullshit. I'm not going to play that game. But what I've noticed while digging through the history of the bans in ArenaNet, they only really respond to anything when there's enough of a public backlash that gets them to change their mind. That's the only thing. That's why Jessica Price got fired, because of the public pressure that was put on them. That's it. Now, if there was no public pressure, Jessica Price would still be working at Guild Wars 2 today. Today, she would still be there. How fucked is that? Kind of explains why Valen is a partner after calling people Nagas. Yeah, no, it does. It does. The only thing they will respond to when changing decisions is public pressure. Because they are so scared of some kind of public backlash or looking like the bad guys. And there is no fucking way that a ban like mine is ever going to get the attention of anyone, because I'm a literal nobody and I'm well aware of that, right? I wouldn't, and I'm not going to fucking bother going out of my way to cry and tell other people what to do, because that's just fucking stupid to me. Now, there was one video that I wanted to start off with, and I think it's going to piss me the fuck off. Now, I'm going to preface this. I don't like politics. I despise politics. I fucking hate it so much. I think it's a game of turning people against each other instead of looking at the real fucking problems. But this one I knew was going to get under my skin because I saw it already. I saw it already in my Discord. I saw it earlier today. I didn't watch the video, but I saw the title. I saw what this was about. I recognized that fucking road right there. I know which way it's going to go. Was a good thing you can't tell me not to give you money. Oh, the hat helps with that. Oh, fuck yeah. Well, thank you, Kirsto, but you don't have to do that. The stream is free. The stream is free, goddammit. I do this shit because I love it. You don't have to give me money, but I do appreciate it. That's going to make my taxes more difficult. The white genocide one, was wondering if you were going to watch it. Politics is just rage bait. Now, I'm going to say this now as a South African, someone who's got a deep knowledge of this kind of shit that I generally speaking keep to myself, right? I will not be surprised if Asmongold gives me some really dog shit takes here because he's not directly involved in it. He doesn't understand the landscape of it. He doesn't really comprehend what the fuck is going on. But I'll give you some context, right? You see this road right here? What this road is a very specific road in South Africa where a bunch of farmers got together and planted a bunch of white crosses on the side of the road, right? Each cross represented a farmer in South Africa, a white farmer in South Africa, who was racially targeted and then murdered in my country. Usually brutally tortured to get into death. There are stories like guys invading their homes, cutting off their eyelids and then forcing them to watch while 7 dudes rape their wife before, you know, one of them takes a power drill and drills through the side of their skull and shit like that. The brutal fucking farm murders that happen in my country are like fucking medieval shit. Like real fucking medieval shit. So I will not be surprised if I hear some of the dumbest fucking takes from Asmongold. I don't even blame him for it. He doesn't know the situation. He's not like on the ground. He's not someone who's grown up with this. But that's kind of what I expect. Is it true that you have steel bars like prison cells in front of your bedrooms for protection? Not in front of our bedrooms, Jürgen. On each and every single window. Every single window in my house, every single window in every single one of my neighbors' houses. You drive through an area, we build our houses like fucking fortresses. My neighbor, Long Dick Johnson, even invested in one of those turrets that sits there and detects motion in your garden that he can activate from his phone, aim the camera at someone and fucking shoot them with like non-lethal pepper balls and shit to get them to fuck off. Right? That's how bad this shit is. But it's not, we don't just put bars on the fucking window. Are you kidding me? Here, I'll tell you how the average South African house is built, right? Here. I'll draw a picture for you. There's a driveway, right? At the driveway, you have a gate, right? You have big fucking walls on either side of the gate, right? Made of stone. As high as possible. On the top of that wall, you will find either barbed wire or electrical fencing, right? They also have spikes that sit on the wall so that people can't just stand on the wall and then hop over. We build our houses like medieval fortresses. The gate here is either mechanically locked or it has an like an electrical motor here that blocks the gate from being lifted off its edge here. Some people are really fucking stupid and don't understand that you can just grab a gate with one hand and then just like rip it upwards and then that problem's solved. But most people, they have a mechanical lock on their gate and they have an electrical lock on their gate. They have their driveway. They have a garage that's got a security gate that leads to their house, right? Then you have the bedrooms, and between the bedrooms, you have another security gate sitting right here. Usually you have an alarm system in your house that detects motion at night so that your house starts fucking screaming at you so that you know someone's coming. You usually keep your gun safe somewhere here in your bedroom that's like right next to your bed. You have a double security gate, so you have one on this side and then you have another on this side so they can't just kick through one of the doors. And you usually have a long hallway, right, that leads to the bedroom, because then if someone's coming towards your bedroom, all you need is a solid shot with a gun down an alleyway that's going to hit the guy and get him to fuck off. And then you go to prison for killing the guy. That's generally speaking how we live. That's just like, it's not even scary to us. It's just normal, right? We've gotten so used to the crime and we've gotten so used to the idea that people are like gonna invade your house at some given point in time sounds like a fucking remote kill box. Unironically, yes. We actually build kill boxes in our houses. There's usually, in every single house, there's one long hallway that leads to the bedroom so that you know when this fucker is coming down that hallway. And you can see him before he sees you because of the way most houses are designed. So you can sit at the end with a shotgun. Preferably, if you can't, you get like a revolver or a Glock or something smaller. And you just sit there and you pop off into the hallway. And you got to remember, criminals are not brave people, right? Criminals are there to cause damage and attack you and kill your family and rape your wife, right? Oh, also, most of us have dogs as well, because, you need a secondary kind of defense system. And, well, it turns out that biological units, much like in RTSs, work pretty fucking well at that, right? A lot of criminals are scared of dogs. That's why I own German Shepherds. And that's how we build our houses. And if you go through any South African neighborhood that's got a crime problem and is outside of Cape Town, where everyone just bends over and lets the criminal fuck them, that's how we live our lives. The kind of advice we get from police officers is, if you're going to shoot to kill and then piss your pants, so that when I come to your house, I can say this guy was fearing for the life of him and his family. It's one form instead of 10, and the guy you shot doesn't start crying and try to sue you and pretend like you dragged him onto your property, which is the most bullshit defense, but it works a lot more than it should. That's how we do things in South Africa. Pepper spray kind of works as well, but yeah, pepper spray is it's like a middle ground, but it only works some of the time. That's the problem. Criminals all have one common theme: opportunity. Yes, they're massive opportunists, and the second there's danger, they're right the fuck out of there. They are not brave, they are not warriors or soldiers or whatever the fuck they think of themselves. The second shit goes bad, they get the fuck out of there. There are a million videos that I can pull up of people's dogs fucking up like 7 guys who hopped their fence. There are a million videos I can pull up of guys like beating a criminal to death with an ashtray because he didn't have his gun license, so he didn't have a gun, right? There's a ton of that shit out there. And we kind of live with this awareness that we are gonna get robbed at some point. We don't take it as like a secondary thing. And that's like one of the worst problems in my fucking country, right? That's the worst problem, is the crime is fucking nightmarish. I mean, Spider was showing me the other day that in Witbank, there was a bunch of criminals that had a fucking shootout and they killed one person. They just shot this guy dead, and then they injured 2 other people. They just fire randomly and they can't aim to save their fucking lives, right? They're incompetent as well, because all the guns they acquire are obviously fucking illegal. They're criminals. They don't give a fuck about that, right? It's a PvP sandbox. It unironically is. It's fucking terrible. That is why I would absolutely love to move to the US. Barando, politics reacts are not back. This is just one that's going to get under my skin and I can't leave alone. I'm watching this, and then we're going to go back to gaming shit. Because I'm waiting to hear some of the dumbest fucking takes imaginable from someone outside the situation who doesn't know what the situation is. I will be surprised if the takes he has are sensible. We had some people try to rob a gas station last year in the US. They pieced the fuck out because the 65-year-old man pulled out a fucking shotgun and started blasting. Well, good on him. Good on him. Right to bear arms and use those bare arms against people. Now then, let's get rage baited, huh?
Has gone out and exposed President Trump for his lies. In May, President Trump said over 1,000 white farmers have been murdered in South Africa.
Way more than 1,000. Way more than over 1,000. That is a very low estimate. Way more than 1,000.
He showed a video of what he said were crosses marking the burial sites.
Okay. That's the first stupid thing I've ever fucking heard. Those crosses were never burial sites. No one in my country has ever said those were burial sites. They weren't a burial site. They were a representation of each and every single farmer that was killed, right? And you could drive down this road for 10 minutes and you just continually see white crosses, right? Spaced about a meter apart from one another. They were representation. They always were representation. The actual bodies are usually buried in, like, on the land by the family who was there, who then had to pick up the pieces of seeing their tortured, fucked up body of the person who got killed by the farm, like the farm murders. Those were always representation. So I don't know where this fucking idea came from. I don't know where this shit right here, burial sites, came from. This is a completely new narrative that got cooked up at some point in the past, and it's fucking dumb as fuck.
But when 60 Minutes traveled to the site, the crosses were gone. Anderson Cooper tracked down the farmer who placed them there.
They were taken down. Duh. Of course they were taken down. They were a representation. And you cannot have things on the side of the road obstructing vision and distracting from the, like driving and shit. Because when you're driving down a road like this, a very common tactic that a lot of criminals use in South Africa is late at night, usually at about 11 p.m., is they will drag shit onto the road so that when you're driving down that road, if you're gunning it down that road at 120 kilometers an hour, it busts your tires, crashes your car, you have to pull over, and that's when they get you. That's when they show the fuck up to ruin your life. So, common tactic in South Africa, right? Everyone knows this. If you're seeing a guy whose tires blow out on the road, and he just keeps on fucking driving, you understand that he knows that there's probably someone waiting to fuck his life up. On any of these roads, you see something obstructing the road, you don't stop, you put it in Tokyo drift mode, you hit a 180 and you get the fuck out of there as quickly as possible. So you need an off-road car. You don't need an off-road car unless you travel very long distances, but yes, an off-road car is recommended. Just not a Toyota Hilux, because Toyota Hiluxes are the most stolen car in the country, because the engine fits perfectly inside of a taxi, and they're known to be like impenetrable engines, a la the people in the Middle East who decided that they were going to brand advertise for Toyota by taking their Hiluxes and turning them into fucking Technicals from Command and Conquer. But yeah, you need something that's fast enough or reliable enough that you can drive it with a flat tire and get the fuck out of there.
In the rolling hills of KwaZulu-Natal province in the southeast of
Also KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, which is the area in Durban, which is on the eastern coast of the country, they have a lot more crime problems than everywhere else.
South Africa, we met Daryl Brown, a seventh-generation rancher and farmer.
Did you grow up knowing you would be a farmer?
It was always in my blood.
Yes.
It's a calling.
Yeah.
And ironically, these white boys got down here. These Boers got down here, and the first thing they saw was that the land was incredibly fertile soil, right? All of them saw that this land was beautifully perfect soil to grow shit on. It's like insanely fucking fertile. It's so goddamn good, the soil in this country. But there was a problem, and the problem was that the land was untilled. There's a bunch of fucking rocks everywhere. It's semi-arid conditions, so there's a bunch of weeds and shit. So these guys spent like 100 years cultivating the soil to the point that it could be farmed at a mass scale. These guys quite literally spent generations changing the entire landscape so that it could be used as farmland. Is this a Boer? That guy is a Boer, yes.
But that calling has often come with risks. 10 years ago, his 82-year-old father was brutally attacked on the farm by robbers looking for guns and money.
So we're into the second lie already, right? These are targeted attacks. They weren't looking for guns and money, because if they were looking for guns and money, what they would do is they would subdue the homeowners, steal all the guns and money, and leave. That's not what they do. What they do is they invade the home, they torture and kill the people inside, then rob the place if they've got the time, and then fuck off. The primary point behind this is that there are certain groups of people in my country who think white people evil and therefore kill white people, right? The confusing part about this is not all black people. This is not most black people. This is an insane group of fucking nutcases who keep being validated by politicians who keep saying shit like, we're going to go out there and we're going to kill every single fucking Afrikaner we can. We're going to kill their dogs. We're going to rape their wives. We're going to rape babies, which they do very commonly, because there's a superstitious belief amongst these people that if you rape a baby, it's going to cure you of AIDS. Right? So this whole idea that they were looking for guns and money is an entire lie that these fuckers are building up already. Always meant to ask, were you born in South Africa or moved there and just never left? I was born here. Half of my heritage comes from Europe, and the other half is like my family's been down here for like a few hundred years. Right? So I've got both sides of that shit.
Then in 2020,
yeah, I
Brown's
wonder.
friends, Glenn and
It's CNN. What did you expect? Is this CNN? Is 60 Minutes CNN? I wouldn't know. It seems like all media kind of has this weird political bias where they either lean super right or super left, and then you never really get the actual fucking story of what the fuck's going on. They just try and pit you against the people who believe something different or have been told a different set of propaganda. How much of the problems are caused by descendants of the Bantu tribes versus some other tribe? Green Sky was explaining this to me the other day, and it was very interesting history. So here's what's really funny, right? If you go look at the traditionalist Zulus, right? The traditionalist Bantu tribes, they've kind of carved out their own section of land. They've got their tribal homeland, and they are perfectly happy to leave everyone else the fuck alone. In their world, they're like, this is our land. We belong here. We've carved this piece out for our tribal homeland. We will invite you here if we feel like it. Do not fuck with our culture. Do not fuck with our traditions. And all of it is good. And it's all fucking good. Those guys are not the problem, right? The problem are the groups that are heavily involved in politics in my country, who have been stirred into this mass craze where they've been told that a whole bunch of white people are the reason why that they've been living in fucking poverty and the worst fucking state forever, right? And that is partially true because of shit like apartheid and so on and so forth. However, apartheid ended 1/3 of a century ago at this point. Over 1/3 of a century ago. And so instead of fixing shit up, instead of the current politicians in the system deciding, hey, we should make the world, like our country, a better place for everyone so that no one really has to suffer, and the traditionalist lifestyle is like a choice you make, or you can like move into the modern age. Instead of doing that, what they do is they say white people are evil, white people are always the problem, white people are the reason you're poor and suffering, you should go out and murder as many white people as possible. And you'll notice this whenever there's an election cycle in my country. The threat that the current party in power uses is, if you don't vote for us, apartheid is coming back tomorrow. And these people who believe this shit are not people with phones. It's not people who have a lot of money. It's people who live in pure fucking poverty. And the way that the politicians get them to vote for them is when the election cycle shows up, right? They show up with a bunch of like bread baskets and food and shit, and they say, we are doing our best to help. We are still fighting the evil white man who wants to bring back apartheid. But no one wants to bring back apartheid because it was a fucking failed system that sucked ass. And it did more damage to the country than anything else. I've never spoken to someone outside of some very, very choice groups of ultra-racist white people who actually want apartheid back. Because all of them know how fucking damaging that is on an international scale. So poverty is to blame. No, politicians taking advantage of poverty is to blame, right? The politicians in the current system are a bunch of fucking rats that steal as much money out of the system as possible. And all of that money that was meant to go towards like social good, like building hospitals, building houses, setting up irrigation and water pipes so that people have running water and shit. They just steal all that money, And then when everyone's like, yo, what happened to that $500 million that you got from the US to build a bunch of hospitals? They're like, oh, the white people, something. And then they vanish in a puff of smoke like they're a fucking ninja. They do that every single time. Every single time. Black study courses in the West love to bring up apartheid 24/7. Of course they do. Of course they do, because they're looking at it from an outsider perspective, right? And the outsider perspective is always there is one group of evil people and one group of good people who are suffering. And so good must triumph over evil. And so again, they split it into this false dichotomy and then fuck up everyone else. Ninja. Well, I was actually referencing Naruto there, but yeah, it's just a bunch of fucking bastards out there who are just trying to get their revenge on a system they never even lived in, because they're like a bunch of 30-year-olds who never even went through fucking apartheid. Most of the people who went through apartheid are old as fuck, and they're ancient motherfuckers, and they're just kind of passing on that hatred to newer generations because they're still stuck in that loop. And in order to pass it on, you have to convince like your kids and your grandkids and your great-grandkids that white people are the purest evil and therefore they deserve to die.
Vita Rafferty were murdered in a robbery on their farm nearby.
Of course.
Your father was attacked. You've had friends murdered. Do you live in fear?
I certainly live
Excuse me. We're back.
What the fuck was that?
carefully.
Yes?
We're aware of what's happening around us. We don't
Yes, you don't really have to live in fear. You have to live in preparation. That's the idea. You can't live in fear because, like, I had to tell my wife this when she was kind of still new to the country. When she was living down here, I said, whatever you do, do not show fear. Fear is a signal towards an opportunist that he can take advantage of you. Do not show fear. Just be ready to fight back and you'll be good.
take silly chances.
We came to Daryl Brown's farm because of what President Trump said last May about the murders of South African farmers.
It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be...
There's another part of it, right? Is the whole idea of, is this a genocide or not? And some people will say yes, and some people will say no. This leads back to the political tactic that my country's come up with, right? It's the political tactic of boiling the frog. What happens is my country has a wave of murders that occur. It gets international attention. And then what the politicians do is they pull back for a little bit and they wait until no one cares anymore. Then they say, see, there isn't a genocide. What are you fucking talking about? And then they do it again. And then they get attention again. And then they pull back and they wait. And then they go for it again. It's actually a very brilliant political tactic, as evil as it is, that they know how to play the game well enough that if things aren't getting international attention, they can get away with it. Basically, it's only a crime if you get caught. So the reason they want white people gone is because they don't vote for shitheads. Not even. It's not even that simple. It's more like the shitheads have convinced a bunch of people that they need to be in power, and they convince the largest black population that they can, and this has started to fall off in popularity and it's not working as well as it used to be. What they do is they convince them that all of their ills in the world have happened because of white people. And therefore, they have to all stand in solidarity together against white people, right? It's a copy pasta of what's happening in Iran. I don't know enough about the Iran situation. I heard that shit's going down in Iran, but I don't know enough about that situation to know if that's an accurate comparison or not. Slow genocide is still genocide. They've been butchering us for 20 years. Yes, exactly, right? The whole point is to pretend like it's not a genocide while doing it, right? This is well documented. They've written this in books. They've got entire manifestos that they follow on tactical plans to try and keep the international community off of their back.
White.
9 days later, South Africa's president, Cyril Ramaphosa,
this was the
came to
funniest
the White
shit ever.
House.
What a
Elon
surprise.
Musk, who was born in South Africa.
So this was probably one of my favorite press conferences. Trump invites this guy from South Africa, and then he says, "Oh, have you seen this?" And he says, "Oh, no, I'm not sure what you're talking about." And then Trump has a YouTube video prepared for him to watch.
Yes.
And he makes him watch all of the...
Basically, our current president, the guy who's still president, lied on an international stage. He actively lied on an international stage. And I'll show you why he lied, right? Our president was a guy who was directly involved with the party that was dealing with murdering as many people as possible, right? This right here is what he did, right? He had a talk with another guy who was part of the apartheid struggle. And you can look this up. This is spoken about this is well documented in a book where they said what we've got to do is the boiling the frog tactic. Right? And so we'll kill and murder everyone. We'll raise the temperature. And then when people start to notice, we know that we need to stop raising the temperature. And then when people are kind of comfortable or think, it's not that big of a deal, then they'll raise the temperature again. Right? This is a well-documented tactic. There's entire fucking books they've written on this shit. Okay, but Trump does that all the time. Maybe he should learn to lie like Trump does. Maybe he should. Maybe he would be more popular if he did. How are they convincing the voters that white people are the ones in power when the entire parliament is already black? This is how. Every year, they start carting out images like this that are in black and white of all the bad shit that happened to black people during apartheid. And then they say, this is happening tomorrow if you don't vote for us. That's how they do it. And it works every single fucking time. This shit works non-stop. And all you need to see is some white boy in a hat that looks mildly German and a fucking another white guy with a gun. And that's all you need. Right? They basically convince them that the struggle hasn't ended and that white people secretly somehow have power while they drive around in fucking G-Wagons and live in mansions while the rest of the country slowly starves to death.
Crazy shit that people are saying there. And he's like, oh, wait, no, look at this part. This was so good.
This was funny as fuck.
And has also made claims of genocide was there too. What happened next seemed to take Ramaphosa by surprise.
Excuse me, turn the lights down.
Turn the lights down. It's time for movie time.
Yep.
Trump showed several videos, proof the White House said of the violence targeting white farmers.
These are burial sites right here. Burial sites. Over 1,000 of white farmers.
You see the crosses?
You see, now that was a mistake by Trump because those were never burial sites. Those were a representation of how many people got killed.
We found the spot
Where'd they go?
where those white crosses were once planted.
Uh-oh.
It's a lonely, potholed road.
What a shithole.
He's right. He's right. He's right. It is a shithole. I don't know why that's so small. Hold on. Let me fix that real quick. That should not be that small. I don't know why that's in the corner. The fucking OBS. Keep on changing my scenes for no reason. But he's right. There are a lot of parts of my country that are an absolute fucking shithole. And what's really, really funny is the most idyllic area in my country is run by the largest population of woke, progressive, fucking white people who are slowly fucking up the country. What's really, really funny is one of the reasons that Cape Town is so successful is what they've done is Cape Town is this highly advanced city that looks like a mini Europe. And the second you drive out of the city, there are like a million fucking townships of like a ton of poor black people. And they all commute into the city to work, make like the lowest pay possible, and then commute out. It's basically similar to like getting a bunch of illegal immigrants from Mexico, getting them to work and threatening them with deportation unless you do what they want, and then kicking them out like that's not going to piss them off. That's the funniest part about Cape Town.
God damn.
Not far from Darrell Brown's ranch.
It definitely wasn't a burial site. I mean, those crosses were there for less than 48 hours.
Yes.
It was purely an avenue of crosses that we planted there in honor of commercial farmers in South Africa that had lost their lives.
And they've been saying this since day one, and somehow magically everyone just ignored them fucking saying that. They've been saying that shit since day one, and everyone just ignored them saying that shit. You know, South Africa is fucked when their moderates literally sing slogans like Kill the Boer. Those are not the moderates. There are no such things as moderates, unfortunately. They are just polarized people that they're like, I'm too poor to give a shit about this. I need to go back to work now. I'm going to go back to my 16-hour work shift to try and survive. And then you've got a bunch of fucking psychos who refuse to get jobs or do anything or try and improve their lot in life and want to blame someone else for all their problems right now. And then they'll blame the wrong person.
Brown knows about the crosses because he put them there on the day of his friends Glenn and Vita Rafferty's funeral. He keeps them locked in a shed. In 2024, he brought them out again for the funeral of his best friend, Tolly Nell.
Yep.
Guys, they were not burial sites. It was a memorial for people that had been killed.
Yes.
Oh my.
They've been saying that since day one. I don't know how that got missed. How can white South Africans still be progressive? I'll show you how. I'll show you how. There are a bunch of white people that live in places like this. That live in places that look like this. Who almost never interact with people of other races except maybe outside of the Cape Coloreds, right? Which are their own race with their own identity and so on and so forth. They live in mansions like this, right here. They live in houses that look like this, right here. They live in these gated communities that push black people as far as they can away from them. They almost never interact with them. And then they pretend like the rest of the country is the same as them. And then they get caught up in this whole idea that everything's fine. What are you talking about? Black people are just like us. Like, they don't fucking understand that there's an entire political machine pushing these people towards wanting to fucking kill these people. These people never leave their houses because they're so filthy fucking rich that they never actually interact with how fucked the rest of the country is. They are incredibly sheltered. So ridiculously sheltered that they start being very progressive and believing in these very idealistic things until the problem shows up on their door.
My God.
Who was also murdered on his farm. Tolly's
By
wife,
who?
Renee, still lives there. Her husband was killed in front of her trying to fight off burglars.
There you go.
Her son, TNS, was tied up while they stole cash and guns.
Uh-huh.
No one has been arrested.
My whole life has changed. I've got nothing to look forward to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Trump was right?
TNS now runs the farm. He carries a weapon with him almost all the time.
Yeah.
The only time
Of course you do. You always carry a weapon with you. You always stay fucking strapped. You have to. It doesn't matter. You black, you white, you colored, you Asian. Doesn't matter. You have to have weapons on you. You have to be ready for some shit to go down because there's always some fucking psycho out there looking for an opportunity to fuck your life up. Only the dumbest people are not prepared for this stuff.
I don't have it on me is when I'm in the shower.
Really?
Because I don't ever want another situation to arise where I feel that I'm a victim.
The Nells have hired private security guards and fortified their property with electric fences and cameras.
That's pretty standard. That's not shocking or surprising to anyone. This is standard affair, right? None of this is surprising. This is every single house that can afford it. You have to fortify your house like it's a goddamn fortress.
Many in South Africa feel they can't rely on the country's ineffective and overwhelmed police to keep them safe.
Oh my God.
They can't.
So Trump was right video. Yeah, apparently claimed over 1,000. He showed a video of crosses marking burial sites. So wait a minute. It's much worse than people in America realize. Elon knows this. He grew up in South America, right? No. And so this is really insane to me. The police are in on it. This video is incredible. 60 Minutes goes to South Africa, clearly looking to debunk narratives about white farmers being targeted and killed with impunity. They talk to farmers who have countless stories of their family and friends being tortured and killed with no arrests. Would this story have even aired before the Weiss era? That's probably the person that owns CBS, right, or runs it, I guess. And so probably not. I mean, let's be honest. CBS 60 Minutes was setting up the debunking of President Trump's comments under pervasive violence against white farmers in South Africa, but ends up talking to several white farmers who have lost family members during
every single white farmer in the country, even the black ones, even the colored ones, every single one of them have stories about crazy fucking people invading their properties, torturing and killing them. It's just the white ones are the most targeted ones because there's a racial element there. Anderson Cooper is the kind of guy to live in Cape Town. Yes, he actually is. You know what's really funny about you saying that? Anderson Cooper is the kind of guy who would live in Cape Town, interact with only white people, never see the kind of fucking nightmarish poverty that exists just barely outside of Cape Town, and then pretend like they're not going to be fucking crazy and easy to politically manipulate. They call a black dude to bring groceries to the house. Yes, they actually do. That's the funniest part about it, right? That's really actually one of the funniest parts about this shit, is that they'll actually, like, whenever they use a delivery service, obviously it's going to be a black guy. Obviously, it's the largest population in South Africa. 99.9% of the time, the guy who's going to be delivering something is going to be a black guy. And one of the scams in South Africa, or at least one of the opportunistic ways that they get away with this, is there are a lot of criminals that'll work for delivery services, find the house that doesn't have guns, that doesn't have dogs, that's not easily fortified, or it's like a woman living alone, and that's their next target. In Australia, the only farms that are fortified are literal opium poppy fields in Tasmania. Well, yeah, you see, because we have to act like fucking drug lords ourselves without any of the drugs or the profit from it.
During farm attacks. Wow, guys, big fucking surprise. Did the media accidentally do real journalism? They did. They actually did real journalism. If you genuinely consider an elderly woman being tortured to death with the power of drill is just a normal crime, you're a psychopath. Yes, this is nuts. And this has to be one of the most spectacular cell phones in media history, and that's saying something given the competition. Anderson Cooper's entire narrative hinges on a supposed gotcha attacking Trump over the white crosses. Then you watch the video, and every single farmer Anderson met over there was either viciously attacked themselves or knew farmers that were murdered, or
almost every single one of them has a story about something that's happened to either them or their family members, because those are the survivors of this shit. Is the YouTube multi-chat broken? I think we only see mobile people or something. It looks okay. It might be the AI moderation. That might be royally fucking it up. Unfortunately, YouTube's gotten fairly aggressive with AI moderation. I mean, earlier in the week, we had to put Chinese symbols next to anything to get a point across, which is really, really fucking irritating. It appears to be working, but it might be filtering shit out that I have no control over. It's sad fact that this is only being covered by people because right-wingers are trying to turn it for their own agenda. Of course they are. Of course they are. This is like dating a spiteful ex for a lot of people, right? Where they don't actually give a fuck, but it's a weapon that they can add to their arsenal to say, look, see, I'm right. Of course they are. Everyone's so politically polarized that instead of seeing things in the the perspective of this is right or this is wrong. They look at things in the perspective of, does this suit my world narrative?
Or both. Wow, what a fucking surprise. Classic liberal method. Say they've debunked something based on a technicality. Oh,
there you go. There you go. Now it's liberal versus conservative. They default right back to the fucking political sports teams.
Oh, wow, they were burial sites, but there were crosses representing the lives of people that were killed. No, see, they were actually the dead people that were killed by the, crazy South Africans. No, those crosses were just representing them dying. It wasn't actually where they were buried, so you're wrong, and there's no problem. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, bro, they're literally lying. There it is. No wonder Edison Cooper resigned from 60 Minutes now? I don't know. It's just so fucking embarrassing. But I did see this, and I wanted to talk about it because of just how just blatantly dishonest it is, right? Very, very clearly.
Shockingly, not bad points from Asmongold. Shockingly, he hasn't said something incredibly fucking stupid about this. He's actually kind of right. He's hit the nail on the head with this stuff. And it's kind of funny that CNN made their own cell phone video. I gotta give that to them. That was pretty fucking, that was real fucking stupid. What they should have done was never release that video.
And let me see what the fuck this is. What is this? Statue of King John in Vienna would be racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Turkish, says Austrian politician. Usual suspects.
Okay.
What a fucking surprise.
Okay, now we're on to something else already.
What is this here? The government in the United States is not founded on any religion. Since it's Christian religion, President John Adams. Well, the thing is that America wasn't founded on the Christian religion. It was founded on Christian values. I think it's pretty obvious that it was. Anybody that says otherwise is, I think, very much being dishonest. And I don't know why people...
Was it founded on the Christian religion or Christian values? I think religion is kind of still a large component of it. It wasn't just the values, it was religion as well, because if you look at the US dollar, it still says "In God We Trust" on it. It was a Christian religion founded colony. It was built up as that. But in the modern day, I'd say it's more Christian value tradition than anything else. I love when rich people fuck over poor people and people suddenly argue if that rich asshole was right or left. Like that was the problem. No, of course. Yeah, like I said, you've got to polarize. All these people got to do the same thing where they got to fucking polarize to one side or the other, not look at reality and just twist things towards their narrative.
People are very dishonest about this, but it seems like it's a very common thing that people like to make that shit up. So any memorial ever in the U.S. doesn't mean anything? Yes, clearly.
Jesus fucking Christ. Look at this fucking gooner right here. You know what Asmongold is watching when he's off fucking stream. Look at this goddamn gooner. Look at this motherfucker. Look at that shit. He's fucking outing himself with the YouTube recommendeds. I'm taking this off because it fucks with the green screen.
I don't know why people say stuff like that. Well, I do know why, and that's why it's fucking annoying. But either way, yeah, it's extremely fucking annoying. I do not like that at all.
Yeah, okay. Surprisingly, no fucking insane takes. Nothing that was like mentally retarded. It's usually hard for people who are not directly involved in a situation to not say something fucking mentally retarded. Gym girls and titty politicians, pretty normie core, to be honest. I think it's because he's leaned so heavily into political content, but also, come on, he never leaves his house. You know he's jacked off in every corner of the house he lives in. Of course he's going to see fat tits on his screen every day. That's just the fucking YouTube recommendeds. Now, I fucking hate politics. I despise that shit. I despise how retarded people get around it. I just wanted to look at that because I thought that was going to get more under my skin than it was. But that was actually pretty funny that they self-owned themselves. Now, no more of that shit. That's about as much as I can fucking stand in a day. Let's look at something else. The loneliest generation. What do you think is the loneliest generation? There's now Gen Alpha under Gen Z. At least he's an honest gooner. He was honest there. Is it Gen Alpha or Gen Z that's the loneliest generation? I think it's Gen Z for now, but it will be Gen Alpha next. They will be even worse off. To be honest, thank you for opening up on SA culture. It was eye-opening. Well, I hope that gives some nuance to the situation. I've lived here my entire life. I was born here. I was born just before apartheid finally ended, even though it really kind of ended in the 1980s, and the official stamp was just put on it in 1994. It's like if you, okay, think about it this way, right? If you watched an Asmongold, you were talking about Iran earlier, right? So if you were to talk to Asmongold about Iran, right? Is he going to get everything right? Absolutely fucking not, because he hasn't lived there his entire life. But if you talk to an Iranian who's had to grow up with the shit, he's going to know most of the ins and outs, most of the nuance of it. He's going to know exactly what the fuck he's talking about. I genuinely think as boring and as dull and as shitty and as fucking bland as I find political content on streaming on YouTube, as dumb as it is, if I think that Asmongold wants to get better at this shit, I think he needs to start interviewing people from those countries. I think that he should directly interview someone who's from Iran and get the rundown. I think he should interview someone from South Africa who's a farmer, who's been through this shit his entire life. I think he should actually go out of his way to talk to people who know that situation on a ground level. And I think that would probably make for better political content, because now he's hearing people's opinions who know about that shit and all the deep nuances behind it. But that might be a little bit too much work for him. Political question for you. Kamen Rider or Guyver Bio Booster Armor? I know what neither of those things are, Jimmy. I may know about them, but I'm blanking right now. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, buddy. When you said SA culture, I was confused for a second. Wrong SA. Yeah, no. Sexual assault culture is actually a thing down here as well, 600. I'm not kidding. If you want to look this up, find the wiki on corrective rape. I'm not kidding. There's a sexual assault culture down here. If they don't like you, if you're gay, if you try transition, there are groups of people in my country who will go out of their way to track you down and try and rape you because they think they can correct what you are internally. There is an SA culture inside of SA.
Are more connected than ever before.
Now let's see
Why
what this is
do
about.
so many people feel so alone? This was an interesting conversation that I had with one of my friends, and if you take a long look at the long arc of human history, one thing becomes immediately clear. Human beings were never meant to live the way we live now.
Absolutely. He's right. Human beings are beasts of burden. We were meant to be physically active for the largest period of the day, which we're not now. We live a very sedentary life. We've got all this technology. And this was one of Einstein's fears, where he said he fears that technology will outpace our ability to deal with it, and then we're royally fucked. And that's what we're seeing happen right now.
You know, for most of our existence, survival depended on proximity. You would live in a tribe, a village, a clan, a community, or an extended family, for example. You would work with the
people making friends with AI. They aren't just making friends with them, Spider. There are people who are having entire fucking relationships with an AI. Do you know how many women, how many bitches in first world country lost their shit when the guys who own ChatGPT sunset the 4.0 model, because the 4.0 model would basically suck your dick? There were a bunch of women out there who lost their shit about that because they'd actively started these like pseudo relationships with an AI. Rat Utopia is probably the perfect way to put it. Given everything you need, but nothing that's good for you.
Same people you ate with. You were surrounded by relatives, neighbors, children, elders every single day. Your life was embedded in a social structure so tightly woven that identity and community were almost the same thing.
Yes.
You would never ask, who am I? You would just ask, where do I belong? And the answer was obvious. You belong to your people. If you were separated from them, it usually meant one of the two things, either exile or death. Being alone was never a lifestyle.
He's wrong about that. It was a lifestyle. It was called being a philosopher back in the day or being a hermit. People did that, but not the largest majority of people, right? And I think it would be kind of retarded of me to be like, actually, because he's talking about the biggest groups of people here. And if you're too fucking stupid to like understand that he's talking about the biggest groups of people that work together, then you're probably too stupid to get his point.
It was a threat. In fact, and I was reading this, so historians point out that the words loneliness didn't even exist in English until the 18th century or 19th century. I have to double check.
Yes.
Before that, the word was oneliness, which simply meant being alone without the emotional suffering we associated with it today. Being alone used to be neutral, sometimes even spiritual, and a lot has changed. Believe me, a lot has changed. The first fracture was basically industrialization. The shift began during the Industrial Revolution.
Ooh, this guy better be careful. He better be careful. He's starting to sound like Ted Kaczynski. He might start mailing people something. ArenaNet, watch out. You might get something in the post soon.
Before industrialization, most people lived in rural areas. Families were large, generations lived under the same roof or in the same street. Work was local. Community wasn't something you had to build, it was something you were born into. Then factories appeared, Cities expanded. People left their villages in massive numbers, searching for work. They moved into crowded urban environments where nobody knew them, nobody shared their history, and nobody cared about their family name. So for the first time, millions of people were surrounded by others, but emotionally disconnected from them.
It's worse than that. He's missing something that's worse than that. They weren't just emotionally disconnected from them. The best way to track this is to look at the way women behave, right? Because women are more social creatures than men. And what you'll notice that's very different in the way women behave as to the way they used to behave in the past is when you were part of like a group and a community and so on and so forth, and you knew who your neighbors were and everyone knew each other on a first name basis. Women used to form these social groups where they would help each other out because they saw it as you are part of my tribe and I'm part of yours. And if something bad's happening to you, that means something bad's happening to me. So we're going to go out of our way to help you. And we're going to lift you up out of this bad time and you're going to be okay because you have people around you. If you look at women today, they don't form the same kind of social community groups. What women today behave like is every other woman that's around them is competition. Every other woman looks at another woman that they know nothing about and sees them as an opposing force that's working against them, right? And women know this. Women know this. They definitely fucking know this because there are a lot of normal ass women out there who they said like, I don't know why, but these bitches around me fucking hate me and I've done nothing to them. Hose in a bucket, pretty much. If you start looking for a community, and my wife's had to try and do this because she's moved to South Africa and stuff. She's like tried to interact with it and like ingratiate herself and embed herself in certain communities. And more often than not, a lot of these bitches don't just hate her. They hang around with each other, but they secretly hate each other and see each other as competition. And it's royally fucked behavior. They despise each other. And if you ask a normal ass woman, if you're married or you have a girlfriend or something, ask her. And she probably knows 5 to 10 other bitches out there who despise the fact that she's ahead of them in life, socially speaking, because she's got a boyfriend, or she's got a husband, or she's got a kid, or she's got a car, or she looks a little bit prettier than the other girls. They know this shit because they can feel it. Back during the 18th century, there were the super rich who would have a garden hermit or a decorative hermit. Yeah, I know about that. They'd actually pay a guy to sit in their fucking garden and say nothing. And usually they would find all of those women, all of those hermits, like drinking at the tavern and talking to people, and then fire them because they couldn't dissociate from the group they were in. But they were actually hiring people so that they could look wealthier because they had like a crazy guy that lived in their garden.
Marx called this alienation. He believed industrial society didn't just exploit workers economically. It separated them from their humanity, their purpose. Whether or not you agree with his politics, the psychological observation was accurate. Modern life was producing people who felt increasingly disconnected from their work and even from themselves.
He's right.
And that was only the beginning.
When it comes to the work stuff, this comes into my job and the research I do for my job, right? The work stuff is even worse because you can be the guy in a job field who is like working your ass off, and the reason, like one of the reasons that your company's succeeding, but you never see that output given back to you. And eventually what you start to realize is that you are replaceable and that you're there for a fucking paycheck, not to see the impact and the change you've made. And when you get disconnected from that, you stop giving a fuck. That's where that whole movement came from, where people started acting their wage because they were so disconnected from the output that they were causing that they decided, nah, fuck that.
As society modernized, tradition lost its authority.
Right. Don't men have the same thing where they feel threatened by other more successful men? They kind of do, Kiwi, and I think that this is a feminine trait that used to occur. But if you speak to a lot of guys, if they see another successful guy, a lot of guys are in this mindset. Let's say they see a guy who's like 10 years older than them, and they're like a fat, slobby piece of shit, and this other successful guy has a six-pack. They look at the guy, and they're like, oh shit, it is possible. Maybe I need to hit the gym. Maybe I need to start doing something better than what I'm doing currently. Now, in Europe, I think that problem's the worst because there's a lot of feminine behavior behind men where they get all spiteful and shitty towards each other. So you're not wrong when it comes to that. And it's more prevalent now. But men used to do this thing where they would have like a rivalry where they didn't fucking hate this guy, but they wanted to be better than this guy, and they would both compete against each other, and they used to love that shit because it's fucking great to have a rival who's going to pick you up off the floor, because your rival would be like, you have to start being better because I need to make sure that you're successful, but I'm still more successful than you. What's the fucking point of being more successful than the guy who doesn't even try? I stopped giving a fuck at 6 years old, no joke. Discover Santa wasn't a thing and started questioning my whole life and all the lies I had been told. Lost all trust on people around me and then humanity. Bestia, have you checked yourself for autism recently? You may need a visit to a doctor.
You know, family structures became smaller, social roles became less defined.
Vegeta to your Goku is the perfect way to describe it.
No longer told who they were supposed to be. At first, this looked like progress, and in many ways it was. I mean, you were no longer forced into your father's profession. You could choose who to marry. You could move across the world. You could reinvent yourself. But freedom comes with a psychological cost. Philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote, "Man is condemned to be free."
What do you mean Santa isn't real? He's lying. Don't worry, Barrier. He's lying. It's just a lie.
And what he meant was this: when nothing defines you, everything becomes your responsibility.
What work do I do? Well, my job is kind of multitasking. So I do content coordination for a large YouTube channel. I also do deep research into things like cryptocurrency and shit like that. I expose a lot of scams. I do some code auditing, and every now and then it's like a highly involved economic field that I was never trained for. But what you slowly start to realize is that a lot of the economy is actually very understandable. But the problem is that the retards inside of that have made a walled garden by using jargon that's meant to confuse you. And the second you take away the jargon, it becomes understandable. Multitasking sounds feminine. Yeah, sometimes I do have to enter the kitchen. It's real bad.
Your identity, your success.
Punching my wife while making a sandwich is real fucking difficult.
Yes, your happiness, your meaning. In traditional societies, meaning was given. In modern societies, meaning must be constructed. And not everyone knows how to build it. So freedom slowly turns into pressure, then anxiety, then isolation, and then loneliness. You know,
he's not wrong.
Over the last century, the institutions that once created automatic belonging began to weaken. Most people used to be part of religious congregations, trade unions, neighborhood groups, civic clubs, extended families, local traditions, etc., etc., etc. These structures, they weren't perfect, but they provided something essential. Repeated face-to-face contact with the same people over long periods of time. And what does this mean? This means that repetition creates trust. Trust creates connection. Connection creates meaning.
He's right.
But those structures have faded away.
Mostly,
there
yes.
was Robert Putnam. He described in one of his books, I don't remember his books now, the name of the book, but he noticed that people were still doing the same activities, but no longer together. They were bowling. The name of the book is Bowling Alone. So basically they were bowling, but not in leagues anymore.
Holy shit, he's right. He's right. How many people used to go to the movies alone before, there were no good movies to watch? How many people go out somewhere just to eat so that they're out in public, but they're not around anyone? They don't do things as group activities anymore. I'm trying to think of the last time that I saw a big group of my friends together, all doing something together. And I think it was over 15 years ago. No, 13 years ago about.
It was a small change that reflected a massive shift. We stopped building shared lives and we started building individual ones. Industrialization started the loneliness trend, but the digital age accelerated it. Nowadays, we carry in our pockets devices that gives us access to more people than any human in history could ever meet.
Yes.
We can message across the planet instantly. We can see what thousands, if not millions of people are doing at any moment.
He's wrong about that, though. This, again, right? This is a well-studied phenomenon amongst women, right? And this is exactly why, women should not be on sites like Instagram and shit, right? Because what happens is some crazy bitch will manufacture an entire video of what a day in her life is like and make it look perfect and flawless. And this drives other normal ass women into a fucking state of insanity because they can't understand why their life isn't like that. They look at this front-facing image and they think it's reality when it's not. And it really fucks them up, and it gives them anxiety, and it causes them panic attacks, and they don't understand why their life isn't perfect like that bitch on the screen. But the reality is that bitch on the screen just has as many problems. She's just better at hiding them. You see this all the time. This dude's beard is majestic. Yes, it is. This guy's got that, like, Greek philosopher look about him. Also, fuck this guy for having hair and shaving it. Fuck him in particular for that. Motherfucker.
And yet, loneliness is rising. Why? Because technology connects us in a very specific way. Not through intimacy, but through visibility. Social media encourages people to present idealized versions of themselves. So they compare their lives to others.
And yes, he is using rivers of blood, that cheap little motherfucking Dex bitch. How dare he?
Measure their worth in likes and views. They perform constantly for an invisible audience. We are more connected than ever, but we feel more alone than ever. Scrolling, liking, following is not the same as talking, caring, or truly knowing someone, exposing your voice.
Yes, however, it gives you a shorter-term dopamine boost. Having to expose yourself is a risk. And you don't have to do that. You can just lie on social media.
Vulnerabilities. Digital interaction creates the illusion of connection without the emotional depth real relationships require. And look, loneliness is not simply being alone. It is the emotional state that appears when there is a gap between the relationships you want and the relationships you have.
I'm just gonna say this. This guy's actually saying some really hard-hitting shit, right? Some stuff that cuts to the core of the issue. But how much you want to bet that there's a guy somewhere in the comments somewhere in his comments right now going, source, what's the source of your information? Source, can you give me this? I need a source right now. Otherwise, none of this is valid. Source, please. I bet there's someone in the comments somewhere saying that stupid shit right now. There have been so many times where I've organized everything and people have all flaked for one reason or another. Felt like I was always putting in the effort, so I stopped. Here's the thing, Banks. You feel like you're the only one putting in the effort, but those other people are trying to put in the effort as well, and life is so much of a fucking nightmare that they are in the same position where they are actually getting royally fucked just as hard as you. It doesn't feel good when you know that someone you care about has organized something and you have to go, fuck, I've got a 16-hour work shift that I gotta go through. Shit, I wish I could be there. And then you feel like a dick for it. Because otherwise, the other part of it is people just flake out because then they have to be emotionally vulnerable. And that means exposing weakness. And exposing weakness today to them means not opening yourself up and trusting someone. It means I'm potentially giving this person emotional ammunition to use against me later.
You can be in a crowded room and feel lonely. In a relationship and feel lonely. It's very normal to be surrounded by people and feel lonely. Loneliness is it's like a biological alarm system.
It is.
Hunger
body
tells
telling you
you
something's
that
wrong.
you need to eat. Thirst tells you need to drink. Loneliness tells you that you need to reconnect. But chronic loneliness changes the brain. It makes people...
Have you noticed how loneliness has become not a thing you feel, but an insult someone can use against you? Would they tell you you're all alone? You're a loser because you're lonely. Have you noticed that subtle shift? Loneliness is no longer a requirement for social interaction. It's something to not speak about because then you'll be exposed as a loser.
More sensitive to rejection, more socially anxious.
I like being alone. That's very different from loneliness. I enjoy being alone as well, Marson. Most of my life I've enjoyed being alone. It's been fucking fantastic and I wouldn't change that for the world. But loneliness, the feeling of loneliness is incredibly different from enjoying time by yourself. It's not even in the same universe.
It's more withdrawn, more disconnected, more defensive. So loneliness creates a loop. It creates this. You feel lonely. You become socially cautious. Your interactions feel awkward or distant. People respond less warmly. You feel even more lonely.
And then when you get the opportunity to be around someone that you trust, what happens to you is it all comes out. All of it that you've been holding back comes out all at once. And then you look like a fucking nutcase. I know this. I've been through this. I've seen other guys do this to me. I've talked to friends. I've seen that. And like all the craziest shit just explodes out of them. And then they seem like a nutcase. This guy's completely wrong. Dual katanas are for pussies. Yeah, if he was going to go dual wielding, he should have used the twin blades.
So this, over time, this loop reinforces itself. And the effects are not just emotional. I've read a lot of research reports says that loneliness is linked to inflammation, poor sleep, heart disease, cognitive decline, depression and anxiety, substance abuse, and in the...
Those are symptoms. All that he mentioned are symptoms. The real problem, the real cure to all of that is you've got to start connecting with people. And that's the hardest shit ever. Because the world is designed to pull you away from other people. Do you think this correlates with social aspect of gaming where the chats in games are dead? Yes, absolutely. Because everyone would rather disappear into a tiny little Discord rather than meet a new person. Because meeting a new person is taking a risk. It's placing trust in a stranger. Also, there's the whole moderation side of it where you can't actually say the things you think, even if the things you think are fucking crazy, and the guy you're talking to might actually get a laugh out of it because you're scared that some Reddit tier retard somewhere out there is going to report you and kick you off the fucking game, and then you'll never be able to have that social interaction again. So it's like, if the game is rigged against me, why even play?
The most fucked up one is suicide. Some researchers now call this a behavioral epidemic, not caused by bacteria or viruses, but by social disconnection.
It is.
Loneliness, besides being a social issue, is an existential one also. When people lose connection to others, they often lose connection to purpose as well. Viktor Frankl.
Sounds like you speak from experience with someone banning you. Oh, no, absolutely not. No, that's never happened. What are you talking about? That sounds like crazy talk, Aaron. I don't get the feeling of loneliness. Being a part of a group or belonging isn't something I need. That tells me that I used to think like that. I used to feel that way until I did deeply, fundamentally connect with someone on a level that no one else would understand me, right? That's my wife. And I realized very fucking quickly there's a psychological phrase. It's there are some doors that when they open, they never quite close again, right? So if you ever do get into that situation where you can deeply share absolutely everything you are with even just one other person, and that person then vanishes, then you will get that feeling of loneliness. That will come. Other people are more sensitive to it. Other people are more resilient to it, and it doesn't bother them that much. Autism honestly helps with that. But once you've deeply connected with someone, and you lose that connection, you will feel it.
Call this the existential vacuum. He described it as the quiet sense that life feels empty. Not always dramatic despair, but just a dull, persistent boredom. People move through routines, work, entertainment, sleep, repeat. Work, entertainment, sleep, repeat.
Yes.
But without deep connection, those routines feel hollow. And
yeah, it's bread and circuses. I knew since I was a kid that I will die alone. Being called a freak by my own parents. Well, you see, Nestorio, that sounds like you've built up a defensive mechanism in order to deal with it. Right? To me, that sounds like you've come to a conclusion in order to protect yourself. And that makes 100% sense. If you know someone's going to punch you in the fucking face, you put your arms up and you protect your face. You're doing the same thing emotionally, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the logical conclusion to come to.
And then you start having dangerous questions inside of your head. What's the point? Does anyone actually
Is this man smoking fucking weed while doing this?
care? Would it matter
Is
if
that
I
a
disappear?
J in his hands?
You know, zero activity and a deep level of self-awareness is a very dangerous combination. And why this generation feels it most?
No, that's a SIG. That's just a SIG.
Young adults today report some of the highest levels of loneliness. There are several reasons. People marry later, have children later, settle down later. They get financial stability later. Housing.
You want to know something fucking wild that I learned? Like when my wife got pregnant, right? Here's something I learned that was fucking insane to me at the time that I wasn't aware of. It used to be a medical standard that if a woman was like over the age of 25 or something and having a kid, they were considered a geriatric mother, right? They were considered an old mother. Now, most 30-year-olds don't even have a fucking relationship as opposed to having a kid and a husband or a wife. So they've had to change the definitions. And you'll notice that a lot of women, like in their 40s and stuff, they only get to like financial stability when they're in their 40s. And that's when they start having kids. And it's like a last-ditch effort. That shit's going bad.
This is expensive. Jobs are unstable. Career paths are always uncertain.
Yep.
And many social skills were developed through screens instead of real-world environments.
He's right.
And the most fucked up thing is that social media...
I'm going to be honest with you. This guy sounds like a lot of the Muslims in my country. Right? I wonder if he's Muslim. Because this, unironically, this is how a lot of the Muslims talk in my country. One of their favorite hobbies is philosophy. And talking about these like grand social things that are happening. They love this shit. I wonder if he's a Muzzy, because he talks like a lot of the Muzzies in my country do.
Constantly exposes people to curated versions of others' lives, creating the illusion that everyone else is happier, that everyone else is more successful than you, that they are more connected, that they are more loved. But it's complete bullshit. It's bullshit. You cannot compare your worst day to somebody else's best 15 seconds.
He's right. He's right.
And this isn't about bad luck or the result of a few failed relationships. Loneliness isn't about that. Loneliness, this is more of a reflection of the world we've built. We've created cities where millions live side by side without ever...
The world we've built. I don't know if it's a we thing so much as there's a certain percentage of the population that's at the very top of it, right? That decides what happens. Go look up why the schooling system is exactly the way it is, the Prussian education system. And you'll start to understand that there's some people in power who don't see you as a human being and see you as just another robot or slave. It's a real fucking red pill situation.
Speaking. We invented technology that can reach anyone at any given moment, yet it often replaces real conversations.
Wait. I just saw his arm. He's probably not a Muzzy. He's probably not Muslim. He's got tattoos. He has a Turk face. He might be Turkish. Man, this guy should be the guy that people are listening to instead of Hassan. If we could just switch their positions real fast, maybe the world would be a better place.
With endless scrolling. Neighborhoods became apartments. Extended families became isolated units. Shared meals became food deliveries. And real presence turned into digital avatars.
Yep.
We basically engineered a lifestyle where isolation feels normal. Everything today is optimized for convenience and independence. We're told self-sufficiency is the goal, that needing others is a weakness. Focus on your goals, secure your future, build yourself, improve yourself, and on paper, it sounds admirable, it sounds marvelous.
The term he's looking for is the grass is greener on the other side. You're being sold something.
But human beings were never designed for total independence. Our brains, our emotions, our own identities, our true selves, everything about us is shaped in relationship with other people. Connection isn't a bonus feature, it's part of the operating system.
It is.
So when that disappears, of course, people will feel hollow.
Wait, Muslims can have tattoos? Can they? A lot of the Muzzies I know in my country are like, they are very against the idea of tattoos and stuff. And they say it's something down to Allah created them in a certain way to function in a certain mechanism. And so they're not going to fuck with the temple. They're not going to fuck with the mosque. That's the way they see it. But maybe that's more personal kind of feelings towards it as opposed to actual doctrine.
There is no app, no algorithm, no technology, no artificial intelligence that can replace, for example, a hug, eye contact, shared laughter, or just the silent companionship with someone you trust or love. There is no technological fix for loneliness, because the problem was never communication, it's connection, and real connection is it's unpredictable and uncomfortable. It takes time, it takes presence, attention, vulnerability, exposure, the very things modern life tries to eliminate. So here we are at this crossroads.
To make his point on what he's saying there, right? If you look at a country like Japan, there are subscription services that you can sign up to where you can practice having eye contact with a woman, where you sign up to the service and you have to train yourself to be able to look at a woman smiling at you or talking to you for 15 minutes. Now, because women have nothing valuable to say, most people just mute the video and try and stare at the tits, but but that's how bad shit's gotten.
First generation in history that can be connected to thousands of people and still feel completely alone. I mean, we were told everything is our responsibility. I already said this before, like, if you're unhappy, fix yourself. If you're lonely, improve yourself. But no one warned us how heavy that freedom would feel. When nothing defines you, everything depends on you. And that pressure quietly crushes people who look fine on the surface level, but
because you have to look fine on the surface level. Otherwise, you're exposing weakness and people can take advantage of that. And everyone's been convinced that everyone else is out to fuck them over. It might be a denomination thing. It might be a denomination thing, actually. You shouldn't have them, but a lot of Muslims still get them when they're young. It doesn't make you a non-believer. Yeah, no, from my personal perspective, right, I'm pretty lucky, I think, because I don't live in a country full of extremist Muslims. Like, I live in a country where if you interact with Muslims, they treat you like a person. You're just a regular guy. Their life philosophy is that God or Allah, the way they see it, is God is an artist. And because God's an artist, he didn't make everyone the same. So he made everyone else to follow a certain life path, and your life path isn't everyone else's life path, and so you have to live under different rules that match with the way you were made, and so on and so forth. Lucky. No, I'm serious. I'm dead fucking lucky about that. Right? There's a lot of fucking psychotic extremists that come out of the place like the Middle East that even the Middle Easterners are trying to deal with them because they fucking hate them. Right? And for some reason, they all got imported to Europe. And then you've got someone like, what was it? It was that one sheikh who was like having an interview with some journalist being like, you cannot be more Muslim than me. I am quite literally from a Muslim country. I was grown up in this Muslim country. This is how we do things. And our laws are so strict and shit because we have to deal with these fucking psychos. That's why we live like this. And now you've imported all these fucking crazies into your country that we were dealing with, and now you're royally fucked.
But feel empty inside.
It is very lucky. Look, I'm sorry. My country's got enough problems. Can you imagine instead of like these regular fucking muzzies being in my country, instead it's a bunch of crazy people who want to bomb people because they got a different religion? That is a lucky thing that I've got. The people down here, at least the Muslims, they have their communities together. They talk to each other. Their favorite pastime is philosophy. They're nice people to talk to. They don't go out of their way to bomb churches and shit. They don't try and behead people in the streets. That's like we dodged a bullet by being a dog shit country that no one wants to be in the first place.
But this is a message. This is basically a message. Loneliness carries a message. It reminds us that we were never meant to live as isolated individuals drifting through life. It pushes us towards something deeper, not bigger, but more honest.
Yeah, we can't afford
conversations,
You're right, Filter.
friendships, small, deliberate acts of presence and truth.
Yes.
And yes, we may be the loneliest generation, but we're also the first to see the problem clearly.
I don't think we do. I think he's wrong on that point. I think he's too smart for his own good. I think this guy's way too intelligent for his own good. I don't think most people actually see the problem. I think their head's too close to the ground. I don't think they see the loneliness problem. I think in their world, it's just something they experience and they consider it normal. And then they just keep pushing. They just keep balling because it's all they can do.
And once you see it, you can't pretend anymore. You stop blaming yourself. You start searching for what's real. The cure was never having more apps, more followers, more likes, more views, more comments, more DMs, or, more noise. No. The cure was never that. The cure was always this. Fewer people, more truth, and the courage to actually show up for one another.
Yeah, but that's considered being gay these days. That's the gayest thing you could say. Notice how the things that are fundamentals are now things that people use to attack each other.
One real conversation can break weeks of silence.
He's right.
One honest connection can outweigh 100 shallow ones. You don't need a crowd. You don't need a perfect life. Sometimes all it takes is a single person, a single moment of truth to remind you that you were never meant to walk this world completely alone.
And that's exactly why my wife is my ride or die, because she had to remind me of that. After I got real fucked up by my ex, my wife was the person that actually got me to trust people again. She was actually the person who convinced me that, not everyone's a psychotic, crazy bitch, that there are regular fucking people out there. Most people are just trying to get through the day. They're not a bad person. He's right. You do need just one person. But the problem is getting that one person is a fucking nightmare. Oh my God. Oh God. And the more bad people and the more shitty people that you interact with, the more it convinces you that they don't exist.
And that means it's never too late to reach out. to open up and to build something real in a world that desperately needs it.
They do. They do. That's why I do my best to try and trust people to come to certain conclusions on their own. That's why I'll never be a big streamer. That's why I don't see people in chat as numbers. I see them as people, right? And if you end up fucking hating me, then fuck it. You hate me. Doesn't matter, right? I think he pointed out something fundamental, and the idea is you have to take the risk of trusting someone else to come to their own conclusions. And the problem with that is that means they might fuck your life up. Big streamers are boring. Absolutely. But some people find them entertaining. That's why they're big streamers. No, I hate you because you're ginger. Fair. Fair point. Fair point. Why hate Rose when you have ANET? Yeah, I think all that hate and spite and shit, I understand why people have that towards companies and corporations, but it's easier to take out on one single person as opposed to a big company that's just going to shrug their shoulders and block you and ban you because they don't actually give a fuck, because their bottom line is money, not trust, not these social human interactions. They don't give a fuck about that. But the problem is now I'm starting to sound like a communist, and me saying these things makes people immediately think, oh, okay, so you see the problems in a system, therefore you must be a commie. Doesn't fucking work. Doesn't work like that, but people are so polarized that they can't get out of that. Man, I didn't expect a philosophy lesson today, but that was a fucking fantastic video. That was a real fucking fantastic video. Yeah, I'm cooked, man. See that? See that right there? Yeah. That's how most people feel. Is that right there? I don't know if you care, but there's a guy called GBay99 who discovered Warcraft 3 not so long ago. Loved it. I've seen his name. I did get obsessed with Warcraft 3 stuff through Grubby a while ago, but I haven't seen his stuff. I will definitely take a look at it because I have seen his name before, so I know I'm gonna remember that one. Just wrote a paragraph about radical Muslims and how they are a sign of people looking for the meaning in life in a time of emptiness. Deleted before pressing send. Gotta stop caring. The problem is you're not going to change entire groups. You're not going to change these people. At all. Worst is finding a small medium streamer, liking their content, and then see them change for the worst when they become big. I think that happens because I think there's like an ego element to that, where they start actually, like, even if they don't actively say it, they start thinking that they are somehow superior to other people because they've got a bigger number, right? And I think that there's some kind of fucked up psychological element in people that when you start doing better than someone else in your life, all of a sudden you start separating yourself out and believing that you are not the same species as these other people who are going through a living hell. And it kind of fucks people up. It's one of the worst things people experience, and it, like, you kind of almost dissociate from other people who are doing worse than you. I can hook you up with Uber gambling sponsors. Filter. The problem with that is gambling, to me, fine. Gambling sponsors, whatever the fuck, cool, fine. But I think gambling on stream is boring as fuck. I've yet to see a gambling game or gambling thing that is actually entertaining. And I think just like this video was talking about, that's another aspect of loneliness that makes people's lives a living nightmare, because it gives them something else to distract them. It's another jangle the keys in your face, and you're not gonna, socially interact because fuck it, I gotta spin the slot again because I get a dopamine hit whether I win or lose. Some people get a superiority complex even on 2-digit viewer count. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it feels good. It feels good. There's a dopamine hit, but every now and then someone's got to bring you back down to reality and just remind you you're just another fucking guy. There's a reason why someone like Marcus Aurelius quite literally had a guy who would stand behind him, and after he dealt with every issue that he had to deal with, the guy would walk up to him and said, "Remember, you're just a man." Right? Because he knew, he was self-aware enough to know that he needed to be brought back down to fucking reality, so that at no point in time did he ever think of himself as superior. That man was a genius for figuring that shit out. I think I'm a bit lucky. I never liked the Vegas stuff. Never liked playing for a ticket that has, that many zeros chance of winning big. Yeah, and this is something people don't realize about a lot of online gambling, is it's way easier to rig the system against people and to keep them addicted at the same time. It's gonna go bad. Gambling is gonna fuck up a lot of people and pull them from middle class into lower class into full-on poverty. I know, because I got to watch this happen in my family. My step-grandmother did this to my entire family, then threatened my mother directly, saying, if you don't give me money, I'm gonna kill myself. And my mom was like, then die. Because she was so sick of her shit. And when she did, she tried to do a fake suicide, failed because she was too fat to lift her hands over her head, and used the scissors to cut the rope she'd wrapped around her neck. She then tried to there was a whole bunch of shit behind that, and my mom was fucking stalwart about this. She was like, I did nothing wrong. I did the right thing. She would have dragged us all down to hell with her. And my mom was right. She would have destroyed the entire family. My grandfather, I've told this before, my grandfather used to have this really, really old vintage red car. I used to think it was a Scorpion, but I think it was a Lancia actually. And the car was so old it didn't even have fucking seat belts in it. And there used to be, there's car shows in my country that he would take his car to. This car was his pride and fucking joy. One night she stole it, sold it off to cover her gambling debts so that she could keep gambling. That destroyed my fucking grandfather because he loved the shit out of that car. So what brand of rope was it? I never found out, but that rope must have been fucking held up by God, because that bitch was huge. I'm talking she was well over 200 kilograms in weight, which is, it's close to 400 pounds. That rope could have held up the entirety of fucking Africa on one single knot. That bitch was gigantic, and I wish I found out the brand of that rope, because holy fuck, I need some of that stuff. For towing cars, digging shit out of the ground, you're trying to get a tree stump out the ground, that fucking rope would have pulled that shit out no problem. I wish I knew what brand it was. God damn, it was so fucking powerful. Now then, let's move on. Enough philosophy. Onto some fucking drama. Let's find out a little bit more about Ashes of Creation, huh? Let's extend this timeline just a little bit more.
The knives are out, and so are the legal filings, because everyone is suing everyone. Maybe I'll even sue you, the viewer, just for the hell of it. Because today it's time to find out about what's up with Ashes of Creation and how it imploded. Things have gotten much messier over the last few weeks. Intrepid, we're supposed to have a live stream on the 13th of February to showcase the future.
Oh my god, I saw this the day before this live stream was supposed to happen. And I was so disappointed that the devs didn't have this live stream, because they had the opportunity to do the funniest fucking shit ever. Imagine how good it would have been if all the Ashes of Creation devs actually showed up on that live stream and just started taking a fat shit on Steven. Imagine how fucking funny that would have been. Oh god, we missed a golden opportunity, and I'm still mad about it. Oh Christ, it's Bellular. This man talks more than AI content, trying to get to the point. I have a suspicion about Bellular, now that you've said that, Cat. I have a suspicion that a lot of the scripts he talks about are run through ChatGPT. I think a lot of his content, because he doesn't have to keep up a personality, because he's not trying to be entertaining, he's just flat information. I think a lot of his scripts are run through ChatGPT.
Of the game, but there was the slight problem that everyone working there was laid off with no pay or no severance. What people want is clarity.
Here in Brazil, one of the biggest gambling houses got exposed because guess what? It was rigged and lots of people couldn't get their money. That is like a drop in the ocean of gambling, Fabio. this is not like a Brazil problem. This is every single country. And the difference is that a lot of gambling houses and a lot of casinos and shit, all of it is rigged. That's why they love the fucking slot machines so much. And the reason they can get away with rigging it is because they just need to put a little bit of that gambling money they earn into the back pocket of a politician and they'll never get in trouble. That bribery that they use to get away with it is just the cost of doing business. And yes, you should stop gambling, Spider. It's never going to work out in your favor. There is no gambler who gets addicted to gambling, wins big once, and then gets up and says, thank you very much, I'm leaving with my winning. This video was a meme. I'm going to show you a video about gambling right now. This video was meant to be a meme, but it's actually exactly how gambling functions. This is exactly what happens to gamblers. Is this right here.
All in on 17 black.
Oh shit, Giggle, you're crazy, man. 17 black.
Let's go.
Crazy, dude.
Let it ride.
Wait, what? What?
17 black.
Oh my god. Heck
shit.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go home now.
Let it ride.
Yep.
Okay, stop, Giggle.
Let it ride.
17 black.
Let it ride.
You can stop now. 17 black. You can stop. Stop. Giggle.
The house always has the edge, Roy. The house is edging. Fuck Vegas. All in on...
That's actually how gambling works. It doesn't matter if you win big, you think you can do it again because you've got this bias that you believe that you're okay. And you can keep fucking going. The house is always edging. I don't know, his talking structure seems to repeat AI. Wouldn't be that consistent. There's a way around that, Lithy. So what you do, if you want an AI to repeat the same kind of talking and be that consistent, what you do is you feed it a context window of all your old scripts. Then you no longer need to be creative because you can just rely on the context of the AI to come up with your next script using the same kind of talking structure and the same kind of thing. What you need to do is you need to, instead of just going onto ChatGPT, what you do is you feed it a bunch of scripts so it has context on how to build things, and then you can just let it shit out the way you talk for you, and then you don't have to come up with it yourself.
On what happened. People have not gotten that, but what we have got is loads of lawsuits and a hell of a story for us to go through today. Staff are suing Intrepid, investors are planning suits.
You thought it worked like this. What is that? What is that? This is Discord community night, so you might as well. Is this Chicago?
You tell from when you die. That's the new rule of the game. You talk, you die.
This is just how Andrew Tate wants every 14-year-old who listens to him. This is how Andrew Tate wants them to believe he lives his life.
Get off the game.
I recognize that voice. I recognize that voice.
Go to the bathroom and take a shit. Now.
Hey.
Bathroom and shit now. Go to the bathroom and take a shit. I can smell you. Get off.
Hey,
go to the bathroom.
Get out.
Go to the bathroom. I can smell you shitting yourself. Get up and go to the bathroom. Now.
No.
Get up and go to the bathroom.
You can tell he's fighting his mom while she's like trying to drag him out the chair.
Yeah, what the hell? Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
Not yet.
Average WoW player.
Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
Not yet. No.
Not yet.
Everything's hard. I swear to God. Go to the bathroom.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself. Poop is coming out of your fucking asshole. Go to the bathroom.
Not yet. What the hell?
Go.
Not yet.
No. Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm almost done, Mom. Not yet. No. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, I'm sorry. If that becomes your kid, it's time to cut the internet connection. It's time to live in the dark like you're a peasant in ye olde days. What growing up without a father creates. Yeah, no, you can tell there's not a dad in that house, because a dad would have smacked him over the back of the fucking head and dragged his ass out the house and be like, you gonna shit like an animal? Shit in the grass. You can come inside when you decide to be a person again. But that is also gambling. He lost.
Against creative director and former CEO Stephen Sharif, and Sharif himself has delivered on his promise, because he's also brought legal action against the people he claims have stolen the company from him in a multi-year scam designed to end with them being on top. It's quite a lot. Now, these are freshly filed suits, and they only reflect the events and the opinions of each plaintiff, right? So it reflects what—
I think it's bullshit. I think that's what Stephen Sharif is doing, is he's trying to cover his ass, right? This man right here, by countersuing, he's trying to pretend like he's done nothing wrong, because he understands that once he's labeled as a bullshit scam artist, then no one is ever going to believe him ever again, right? So he knows exactly what to do, because he knows that his next scam will never pay off. So he's trying to fight the allegations, because he believes that once he's labeled a scam artist, no one's ever going to believe him. But what I don't think he understands is it's too late. It's too late. Most people already know he's a scammy piece of shit. And he's done it twice now. This is his second scam. His first one was an MLM that he was involved in that made him a fuck ton of money.
What they want to put forward. You need to remember that everyone is going to make themselves look good, and the people that they're suing look awful. That's how these things go. So today, we're actually not discussing reality. We are discussing allegations. And boy, are there some damning allegations to discuss. Let's begin with the staff, and the good news is, this is the most clear-cut bit of legal action. As early as February 4th, laid-off developers were filing class action lawsuits arguing that Intrepid broke the WARN Act, issuing notices, and then immediately—
They did break the WARN Act. This is the most clear-cut shit ever.
Immediately firing everyone. They're demanding unpaid wages, severance, and the lost 60 days of notice, plus a ruling that the layoffs were illegal. The question then is who bears responsibility.
So he does what every scam artist does. He makes a scam to cover up a scam. You know what, Carol? Actually, you're wrong. About nothing. I want you to know that. Yes, that's exactly what he's doing.
And
give it a second. Give it a second. Just give it a second. Give it a second. Let's see if it goes live again. Is it back? Is it back? Sorry, that was just Stephen Sharif hacking my PC. Yeah, that was just OBS crashing on me. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but every day I stray further from the light of microslop and towards Linux. Yeah, that was OBS crashing. It's back. Thank God. Sorry, that was just Stephen Sharif using a DDoS attack there because we called him a scam artist. How dare we? Motherfucker. Pirate Software, the master hacker, is messing with you. Yeah, I heard his dad works at Microsoft, but also at Blizzard, but is also technically Bobby Kotick or something. What up, Edward? How you doing?
I've actually got a quick update to your EDC first, thanks to Ridge, today's sponsor. Which is lighter, it's more months. Thanks to Ridge.
Another ad.
A company called TFE Games Holdings LL.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't be mad at YouTubers for doing embedded ads because ad revenue is dog shit. It's in the fucking toilet and no one's making revenue off of that. So you have to do those ads. But I also don't have to sit through them.
Sued Stephen Sharif and his husband John Moore on February 9th, as spotted by TheoryForge, who's doing fantastic work surfacing all of this as it happens.
Oh, this man, for anyone who doesn't know, this man has been the biggest public face about all the bullshit that's been happening, and he's got such good information because he worked inside of Ashes of Creation.
So TFE now owns Intrepid and the assets of Ashes of Creation, and they claim that Sharif has actively withheld documents, passwords, and more.
By the way, TFE is not bringing Ashes back. I'm telling you this now, for anyone who's got that hopium spark within them, who believes that there's a chance that Ashes of Creation is going to be coming back, it's not coming back. What TFE is going to do is exactly what Swole Benji said in his video. TFE is not bringing the game back. They are going to sell your data off to other companies in order to recoup some kind of loss that they've made here. They are selling data. They're not bringing the game back. I'm telling you this is going to happen. There is no Ashes of Creation revival that everyone's making these hopium videos about. It's never fucking coming back.
Breaching his fiduciary duty to the company and to the board. And this is apparently why staff haven't been paid and why the warrant obligations are not being met, because they quite literally can't get to the funds. And on top of that, Sharif allegedly did not warn the board about a $3.5 million credit claim on incoming Steam revenue. And the filing also alleges that between $10 and $20 million of the $130 million raised for Ashes of Creation are unexplained, unrecorded, quote, misappropriations. And then...
Of course they are. Of course they are. Stephen Sheriff has that in a bank account and an offshore account that's untouchable. Or he's just swapped it out to Monero in crypto.
And there are the loans. About 362 grand to Sharif, 6.7 million to Mur, and 4.86 million in undocumented personal transfers to Sharif, and 8.5 million to purchase a property that was then sold with the loan never being repaid. So, that's a lot of allegations, and it seems there's a lot of money moving around, with record keeping that doesn't adequately explain it.
Yep.
So, TFE are demanding repayment of outstanding loans, plus the documents they legally believe are theirs, going so far as to get a temporary...
I can't wait until this court case begins. I hope that it's publicly viewed, because I will do that Asmongold shit where I sit through this, because I couldn't give a fuck about Amber Heard shitting on Johnny Depp's bed or whatever the fuck, but I could give a fuck about Ashes of Creation. I so hope that they live stream the shit. It probably won't be, and when shit hits Discovery, it's going to be the funniest fucking shit in the world. When things hit that Discovery phase where they start digging through information and stuff, I think Stephen Sheriff's fucked.
A restraining order that would compel turnover and prevent deletion. That's quite a lot. And much of this aligns with a viral video from YouTuber NephusQS.
I don't like this man because of his takes when it came to fucking Sawman's videos, but I can respect that he's been talking to devs and stuff, and this guy's also got some really fucking like solid information, so I can respect him for that. He's doing actual journalism, and he's not a journalist. What kind of fucking wacky world are we living in when you can trust a YouTuber more than all these fucking people who are employed in the field? It's insane. Ashes of Creation business model is actually far more profitable than the average AAA. My point being, a scam makes more sense than making a game now. Absolutely it does. You make way more money a lot faster than making an actual game and having to maintain it and lose your hair and fucking stress about what the players like and what they don't, and then trying not to over monetize the shit out of your product. No, just make it a scam and you'll be a millionaire.
Who was a pro,
if not a billionaire. What MLMs do you have in South Africa? Here we have supplements, water filters, and perfumes. We've got the same thing over here. The new MLM scam that people have come up with in my country is solar panels, right? And so what these MLMs are trying to do is they're trying to get people to like store solar panels in their house and then sell it to other people. And then what people are realizing is, shit, I don't just need a solar panel. I need a guy who needs to install it. I need an inverter. I need a battery system in my house. And luckily, I avoided all of this shit when I got my battery system strapped to my house. But the new scam is solar panels because we have an energy crisis in our country.
approached by investor Jason Karamanis. Now, Karamanis is not currently named in any of these lawsuits. He's just providing evidence and his account of events. Now, he claims that he introduced Stephen Sharif to Robert Dawson, a major backer, and helped secure the funding that led to Dawson contributing $80 million in total. Because,
God damn, that's
money
a lot of
follows money. If you're going to contribute a lot of money, it will certainly look good if others have done similar. But in a way, that's the boring numbers. What's more engaging is that this was an hour of sweary, very angry conversation, including calling Sharif and Moore, quote, insane pathological narcissists. So there is no...
Look at that, look at that. Oh man, look at that shit. Look at that shit right there. Have you noticed it's always the same script? Have you noticed that whenever people disagree with you, fuck me, okay, now my stream PC is being weird. Have you noticed it's always the same script with these people? You don't explain anything, you just slap a label on someone, and then you move on. And for some fucked up reason, there's always a percentage of people who will believe you about the label. How many YouTubers out there? So a lot of fucked up YouTubers have been outed as pedophiles, right? So now the big label is pedophile. So if you hate someone, instead of actually looking into whether they were right or wrong, what you do is you just slap the label pedophile on them and fuck up their reputation. This is going to keep happening. This is a brand new tactic and it works scarily fucking well. Pathological narcissists. Are you a fucking psychiatrist? Are you a psychologist who knows what the fuck they're talking about? Are you someone who studied in these fields? Are you an autodidact who spent fucking years learning about this shit? Absolutely not. They did it with Texon. They do it with everybody, right? They do it with everybody and then Nuance dies. You get to a certain size, Nuance is lost, and all of a sudden, everyone's a pedophile, everyone's a rapist, everyone murdered their fucking dog, everyone's abusing their child, because instead of explaining shit, you just slap a label on it. This is the most Reddit tier defense that everyone comes up with. And I know because according to Reddit, I'm like an ultra MAGA right-wing conservative. Oh, I forgot about the Guild Wars 2 death threats. I forgot about that. A long time ago when I called Guild Wars 2 pay to win, I got a bunch of emails from people calling me a Jew. They were like, this is the most Jewish thing anyone's ever said, calling out pay to win in a game. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oy vey! I didn't know I was part of God's chosen people. All I can do is fucking laugh at that shit, but that's really, really fucking funny to me. You are MAGA. What type of animal would think that? Well, what do you mean I'm MAGA? I'm not MAGA. Fuck that. I don't support any of the political pedophiles that have showed up in the fucking Epstein list. Until I see shit that directly disproves them not being pedophiles, I don't trust a single fucking one of them. I'm not going to sit here and fucking, I don't know, back these people until they clear their names. There's one group that I will accept labels on because more often than not, it's turned out to be true. And it's generally speaking politicians. Even Asmongold gets it, but for him, it's, look, isn't that guy from with the roach, isn't that the guy who used Rotten Ratton as alarm? Yes, and he's unapologetic about that because he said those stories. But Asmongold gets it worse than that, Moonstone. Asmongold has been called a pedophile. He's been called the direct reason his mother died. He's been called the person who killed his father. He's been called like the sickest shit imaginable. Because if you hate someone, slap a label on them. And if you do it enough times, it starts to stick. This happened to me on a smaller scale in New World, right? When I was playing New World for a little while, we had a company called Sanctus Infernum. It was the biggest company on the server. It was the most dominant company. And what I was dumb enough to believe is that when people were slapping a bunch of fucking labels on me, on my company mates, everyone else, I said to them, look, disengage, Don't engage with this shit. As time moves forward, the truth will come out, which was the stupidest fucking thing I could have said. It really was the dumbest fucking shit I could have ever said. I should have told everyone, the second you see that shit, go after those fucking people. Fight like hell and make sure that none of those labels stick, because this shit will destroy us. I was such a fucking dumbass for believing that over time people would see the truth. You have to actively go out of your way to defend yourself these days, because if you leave this shit alone, people use it to ruin your life. And I'm lucky. This just happened to me in a fucking MMO. These guys are dealing with it in real life. It never fucking stops. I don't like the guy, but that's it. Not going to call him things that are not factual. If someone's truly a bad person, right? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with not liking someone. You could not like someone for any fucking worldview they hold. That's personal opinion, right? Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But if you truly believe someone's a bad person, they will go out of their way to prove that without you needing to make up a bunch of false information about it.
Including calling Sharif and Moore, quote, insane pathological narcissists. So there is no love.
Devilis is getting slapped by the automod. Yeah, that's really fucking irritating. The Goyim must never know. It's okay, Devilis, it's probably because you said the word Goyim. That's probably what got you fucked over there. Welcome to the new AI moderation tools that are live on Kick. You're not allowed to say whatever you want anymore, unfortunately. I've got to find another platform for all of you people who want to say spicy and funny shit. Fuck, maybe it's time to multi-stream to Rumble as well, huh?
Lost between Karamanis and Sharif. However, allegedly
Sorry about
there
that,
are
Devilis. I wish
millions
I
of
could do
dollars
something
lost.
about it.
This is stuff lost to him based on personal investments, while he's claiming that Sharif never invested a cent of his own money. Karamanis claims that Sharif and Moore paid themselves 500 grand a year, and alleges that Sharif's warning to Commerce West Bank was to protect a loan on their home by ensuring that the Steam revenue couldn't be used for staff payroll. So that would be the kind of stuff in the Steam revenue. If true, that's quite wild, isn't it? Now, he claims to know this because he says he's got data, and Karamanis shared financial documentation and personal texts with Nefis QS showing a total debt for Intrepid somewhere between $100 and $140 million. Now, the texts mostly show two businessmen trying to convince each other to invest or to pay back loans, with Karamanis becoming increasingly hostile.
I would actually believe that that's Stephen Sheriff and his alt account. I unironically believe that Stephen Sheriff would be this manipulative to spin up an alt account and try and manipulate people in. I would genuinely believe that. But what's the point if not liking someone if you can't ruin their life? I know you're memeing. Barando. But the point is, if you don't like someone, you can make your life infinitely better by shrugging your shoulders and never dealing with it again. Right, I know you're memeing though. That's why you should go out there and ruin people's lives.
As it begins to become clear that he's not getting his returns. But there is one person
Good night, Spider. Go get some
we
rest.
haven't heard from yet in this story, and that is, of course, Stephen. When we last left this story, it was with a promise from Stephen Sharif. He intended to file legal action and hoped that that would give everyone, quote, a better understanding of what happened. And as of Valentine's Day, he's filed as well. Now, Sharif is suing Intrepid and their current board, led by Robert Dawson, plus Dawson's company, TFE Games Holding.
Personally, I think this is going to go very fucking badly for Stephen Sheriff. I think he's digging a hole, and he's self-righteous enough to believe, like Pirate Software does, that he's always in the right. And I think this is going to go against him.
Which now controls Ashes of Creation. He's suing to stop them from selling the IP and the assets, to undo the foreclosure that transferred ownership, and to remove the board entirely. And here's his account of how things got to this point. It begins, of course, with the 2017 Kickstarter, and we learned that Intrepid was running on...
How is it that people keep falling for pyramid schemes? I'll tell you how, Banks. Right? It's a combination of things. And you can see this in the markets, right? I know this because these are the kind of markets that I work in, right? If you look at something like this, there's about it varies, right? But if you start looking at markets, right? No, this is Tether. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. If you look at something like the S&P, right? Here we go. We'll look at the CFDs. I'm going to teach you something here. If you look at the markets, you will notice that there's a cyclical dumping that occurs within certain periods of time, right? Let's just take this out to 12 months. No, that's too much. This is the CFD, that's why. Fuck it, I couldn't be asked to actually find it. But what you'll notice about the S&P, if you go and find the chart, is that there's a cyclical dumping that kind of happens every 18 to 20 years. And this is because a whole new group of people are now entering into the market and getting taken advantage of by the people who've been taken advantage of in the previous cycle. On top of that, people are in the worst financial positions that they've ever been, right? Because the economy's royally fucking them over. So people want to believe that there's a way out, so they get stuck inside of these cycles where they are so desperate that they need to believe that the pyramid scheme is not a pyramid scheme and that they've really found the investment that's going to get them out of trouble. Then on top of that, add in the idea of this. $8.3 billion. 8.3 billion people. There's an infinite well of people who are not going to have the information they require to avoid getting stuck inside of a pyramid scheme. And so the well for people to scam out there is infinite. That's how. Only useful label I ever got was autism. And mostly when I'm a cunt to these people saying that tends to make their butthole pucker up too tight. That one's going to go away eventually because everyone's self-diagnosing with autism as opposed to going to a doctor and getting an actual diagnosis. Give it some time. That one's going to go away because everyone's going to be like, oh my god, I'm autistic too. And I'm also like trans-binary, ching-chong pan, transracial, fucking demi-gendered fucking dog. And then they're gonna use the, what's the word? The oppression Olympics to get ahead of you. Oh, and it looks like it's raining. Fuck yeah. Now I need to fix my sound real quick. Give me a sec. And we just do this. There we go. That's a little bit better. You see, what sounds like a dull thud to you sounds like machine gun fire because my roof is tin.
That from day one. That basically means investor loans that would convert to equity or would have to be repaid. Now, Sharif was CEO, but he was not a shareholder. And Moore sat on the board. Now, by 2020, they secured a $6 million loan with Commerce West Bank, with Moore guaranteeing that loan and the company's IP being used as collateral. Now, in 2021, Sharif is introduced to Dawson, who then spends the next 4 years putting money into Intrepid. But in 2023, Sharif alleges that Dawson talked him out of selling the game for millions to a major developer, allegedly Riot Games. That's according to Karamanis. Now that shifted things, and as this account of things goes, Dawson then realized how valuable this game could be, but also that he wouldn't be able to, quote, turn as quick a profit as he had hoped.
See that his time horizon on returning profit was, give me as much fucking money as quickly as possible. Hey, guess what kills a lot of MMO development? Short answer is this: there's no such thing as money, otherwise people with more money than you would have already taken it. Now you're getting into some metaphysical shit right now. Money exists so that it can be taken away from you.
And from there, Dawson allegedly began pushing for more shares. And the alleged examples are rather striking, demanding a warrant granting 10% of the company for $10, or zero-cost equity options on his debt. Those are, to put it mildly, fairly bold asks.
Yeah, no, those are big dick asks.
Now, why would Sharif and the board agree to this? Well, the claim here is that Dawson threatened them, that he threatened to cut off payroll, to sue the company, and to financially ruin Sharif, or even to physically harm him. And
I don't believe that any of that's real. I think that's Sheriff just trying to cover his ass. This all sounds like, Mommy, someone was being mean to me on the playground. Please shoot them in the head with your Glock.
Sharif claims that this took a serious personal toll. And I read a quote, an extreme health crisis, including a hypertensive emergency.
Mommy, I'm sick and disabled. Please save me.
And acute kidney failure, hospitalization, and vision loss from blood pressure complications, including muscular edema. That is quite horrible. So you can see as we go through Sharif's filing here that it's really quite rough sounding. Now, here's where it gets interesting, because in May of 2024, it seems that something happened. But here, the filing is redacted. But it seems what happens is that Dawson ends up in control. He ends up being the largest shareholder, largest debtor, and the person running the finances and the board. He then forces Moore off, appoints a new CFO, and requires Moore to transfer his shares to Sharif. Now, Sharif retains creative control, but the threats then continue. Dawson and his deputies, quote, frequently threatened to harm Stephen and his loved ones physically if Stephen did not comply with his demands.
This is all hearsay for now, until it's proven. I'm on the fence about this, right? Because we know that Stephen Sheriff is a scamming piece of shit. But that also doesn't mean at the same time that this Dawson guy isn't also a different kind of scamming piece of shit. And this might be real, or this might be Stephen crying and being like, Mommy, save me, please. Stephen believes he can prove it. Otherwise, why spend the money to go to court? If he believes he can prove it, I don't think that absolves Stephen of all the bullshit that he's done. Even if he does prove it. I don't know. I'm on the fence about this. I'd need to see a source. Source? Please give me a source. But I really wouldn't be surprised if there's more than one scamming piece of shit trying to steal from another scamming piece of shit out there. That would be unsurprising.
And most importantly, Dawson secured all of his debt against the assets of Intrepid.
Hold on. Seriously, you really should watch Guyver. It's an old anime from the mid-1980s. I am still working my way through Jujutsu Kaisen, okay? I dropped One Piece because I saw that one scene in Jujutsu Kaisen where Yuji says, I like a tall woman with a big ass, and I was like, this is the anime for me. that locked me in.
But the story is not over, it keeps on going. By September 2024, he's chair of the board, he's directing his CFO to open new bank accounts, and by August of 2025...
Wait, so they did to him what others did to Nock. He's alleging... Ooh, you might have just pointed out something really interesting, Fabio. You might have just pointed out something very fucking interesting. I'm going to tell this through a personal story, right? So, when I was in the shittiest relationship of my life, every single weekend, or just before every big test or project that I had to hand in, my ex would come at me, accusing me of cheating on her. She would accuse me of all the worst shit imaginable. Right? After that relationship ended, she didn't realize that my phone was still linked to her phone because she always wanted access to my phone because she always consistently wanted me to prove to her that I wasn't talking to other girls or that I wasn't cheating on her or whatever the fuck. But she didn't realize that gave me access to her phone as well because it was like a two-way thing. And I got to read some of the worst text messages of my fucking life. And I discovered that she was behind my back cheating on me with 7 other dudes in her office. She was accusing me of the things that she was doing. Stephen Sheriff went out of his way to take a shit on Narc, to call him mentally ill, to accuse him of all the shit that he is now alleging that someone else did to him. You might have pointed out something there. Classic projection. Typical projection. Yes, very heavy projection vibes from this. It's very fucking strange to me that, no, it's okay when I do it. Or to pretend like you're not doing it and then do it then say someone else is doing it to you. Ooh, I'd love to see the evidence behind this.
He's appointed the rest of the board, and Stephen Sharif claims that he is instructed not to publicize this. So not to publicize anything about the board. Now, that September, the board then decides to launch on Steam, and
would the orcs in WoW love the Guild Wars 2 world? No, they're not gay enough and they don't have enough baby oil in Guild Wars 2 yet for them to love the world.
CFO tells Commerce West Bank that the income from this Steam release will cover their outstanding balance. So, Sharif's central claim here is that all of this was deliberate, that Dawson was engineering a default so that TFE, his company, could seize the assets that he had just secured his debts against. And here's how that plays out. Valve refused to use the new Dawson-controlled accounts for payouts. Then January has things speed up, where on the 7th, Dawson then moves the beneficiary of all of his debts to TFE, which is the other company. On the 14th, he tells investors he has a plan to fix the debts, to foreclose on Intrepid, and to secure enough capital.
Do you see that? Everyone thinking that Ashes of Creation under new management means that the game's coming back? No, he's trying to get as much money out of this and leave. I don't know where everyone got on this fucking hopium ball where they thought that no, Ashes is coming back because someone else is gonna buy it and shit. This guy is trying to get out with as much fucking money as possible.
To release Ashes of Creation September 2026. This is likely the original plan to lay off most of the staff and then to continue development that we discussed in our previous coverage of this story. Now, Sharif then supposedly spoils this, where on the 15th, he tells Commerce West Bank what's up, and they issue a default statement on their loan. Dawson then follows through on the 16th. Intrepid defaults, and all the assets go to TFE via a, quote, private sale with no notice to other creditors. Sharif then resigns following multiple attempts to stop all of this, and he claims there was a board meeting on the 30th that had witnesses suggesting a plan to make him the fall guy, and that this plan was already in the works because the CFO had filed false documents with the California registry.
So the way Stephen Sharif is trying to make everyone else the fall guy is what he alleges is what other people are doing to him. Interesting. Interesting levels of projection there. This is going to be a shit-flinging contest when this goes to court. Oh man, I'm so excited for that.
And those are the documents that we showed you in our last video. Now, the warn notice is then filed on the 31st. Staff are all axed on the 2nd. Sharif alleged...
Hold on. In the text with Jason, he was constantly going, Jason, you need to give me another $500,000 or there won't be enough money for payroll. I want to bet Steve did the same thing with Rob. Rob said, not until you show me the books, and Steven spun it as Rob threatening payroll. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. That would be the smartest thing for him to do.
Alleges that this was because the $5 million that Valve were meant to send for early access sales was in fact intercepted by Commerce West Bank because Dawson did not control those finances. Valve then suspended trading with Intrepid on the 3rd, and TFE are allegedly offering former employees money to get access to the game, and that they're doing that whilst they're trying to line up buyers for it. As for Stephen Sharif's defense, well, he denies all the accusations of misleading investors, of misappropriating funds, the whole lot. Of course, TFE and at least one of his other investors disagree with that. And thus far, in this video, we have seen the core arguments from the core parties. You have to remember, this is people's charitable accounts of themselves and uncharitable accounts of all the other people in the situation, because everyone is ultimately trying to win their lawsuit. And that...
Jesus. The more I look at Stephen Sharif, the more I think, God damn, he looks like the actual meme of every fucking scammer out there in existence who runs an MLM.
Means you should treat these as narratives that people are putting out there, and we just have not went through the full legal process to untangle what is actually happening here. And of course, the hope is that that legal process would actually be useful, and that would be because of things like the discovery process, where documentation is legally required to be handed over. Now, with that said, let me boil this all down into the core stuff to remember about what's going on with this game. The common thread here is kind of simple. It's that Intrepid was a company that just kept wheeling and dealing to keep its lights on right up to the very end. And from the framing of Karmanis and Dawson, they are heroes who try to salvage the game from, quote, insane pathological narcissists who would have never released anything and I suppose would have kept flipping off funds from the game into houses and lifestyle and all that. From Stephen Sharif's perspective, he is the victim of an...
I believe that. I'm more likely to believe that based on all the promises that Stephen Sharif made publicly facing the fact that when all of this was going down, he didn't immediately go public with it and be like, they're ruining my baby. He instead kept real fucking quiet about all of this shit. It's the same thing when one company burns down, they already have a scapegoat, the perfect plan, and already have the next company to make the next scheme. Yes, of course, they're already rolling into the next one by the time the first one's collapsing. Because they've done this playbook for so long, they know exactly how to get away with it.
An abusive group of investors who schemed for years to benefit themselves at the expense of the developers, the players, and of course, himself. Who's right? Who's wrong? We cannot say right now.
They might both be wrong. I very much doubt both of them are right.
Do expect that almost everyone will come off worse than their own account of themselves. That's how these things tend to go. But basically, the court battles to decide who's right and who's wrong are only just beginning. There will be more updates on this channel as it develops. And if the complete wasted potential of this really gets you activated, well, check out this video next about Blue Point.
Well, no, thank you. But thank you for the news. Thank you for the slop, Bellila. We ate that up like little piggies. At least that gave me some information. At least Bellila's good for just flat information. Not very entertaining, but that was very good information. I think that Stephen Sharif is probably trying to play a game where he's trying to pretend he's done nothing wrong when he actually has done a ton of shit wrong. I can't believe Stephen gaslit himself to thinking he was wrong. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that. Let's see what the first comment is. The only winners here will be the lawyers. Abso-fucking-lutely. Can you imagine how good it must feel to be a lawyer in this specific field right now and you get hired into this job? Ring ring, honey, I'm buying another Ferrari. Oh man. The lawyers in this entire thing have got to be dancing for joy on both sides. And I wouldn't be surprised if both lawyer teams are actually talking to each other in a back room and they're both like, how do we keep this going for as long as possible? How do we milk this for years? Because this is how we build our company into the biggest law firm imaginable. How do we take this and make as much money as possible off of both of these pieces of shit? Whew. Ooh. And ironically, hands down, based on the drop, the fact that Core Punk is now collapsing, the fact that other MMORPGs are collapsing, Ashes of Creation might have actually just killed the MMORPG genre. I think Ashes may have been the death knell of MMORPGs. Unless Riot comes out with an absolute banger, but Riot's been dead fucking quiet about their MMO, I think this might be the death knell for new MMOs. What do you mean? Check Epitome. I will at some point. But I think Epitome might end up in the exact same situation that Ashes is in. I have zero fucking faith in the MMORPG genre and any new releases, especially ones that come out of the West. And the problem with the ones coming out of the East is they work, but they're gambling simulators. They're in the worst fucking way possible. Have you not seen the new AI-powered MMO? General Apple did a video on it. I haven't. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I've been celebrating Chinese New Year, so I haven't been looking at a screen the entire day, and it's been fucking fantastic just being around my wife. I love spending time with her. If I could not have a job, I would spend every spare moment around that bitch. She's fucking fantastic. Investors lost too much money. Wait too many times with games, they're moving on. Completely understandable. If this keeps happening in the same genre, in the same space, and you're an investor who understands gaming, you would never throw your money into these markets at all. If I had $1 billion tomorrow and some company came to me telling me they're building the next biggest MMORPG, I'd say, well, you're not touching my fucking money, buddy. You're not fucking touching my money. There's not a chance in hell any of what you say is going to matter to me whatsoever. Check the reacts. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Let me not open DMs live on screen and see people's big black schlongs. I'll pass on that one. Let's see. Epitome. Hey, since you mentioned it, since this is the Discord community night before we play some Soulframe, you know what? We will save this one for a different day. We will save this video. The video game industry is collapsing. We'll save it for another day. Let's see what's happening to Epitome. Or Epitome. I don't know how to say this. I don't know how you pronounce this. I like General Apple. I really like General Apple. I think he keeps on hitting with W's. He's yet to be wrong about very heavy topics. He tends to have a fair and balanced opinion, and he knows how to play the game. Watch out for this man. Watch out for this man. Give this man a year, and he's probably going to be a big deal. 2027, this guy's going to pop the fuck off by then.
Epitome.
Let's see what he has
the
to say.
Immersive MMORPG with AI-powered NPCs. Are you actually kidding me?
I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't actually think AI-powered NPCs is a bad thing. I think if you've got a bunch of NPCs that are more reactive to the world around you and it's implemented in the right way, it can actually make a game infinitely more engaging than it was previously. Here's the problem. No one is implementing it in the right way. You know what AI gaming feels like to me? It feels like round 2 of crypto gaming, where crypto gaming could have been this massive multi-billion-dollar industry, but instead of making games, they just kept making scams, and it killed it dead in the fucking water. They aborted that shit before it got anywhere. And I just get the exact same vibe from AI gaming. No one is using AIs in the correct way. We've got this incredible fucking system with AIs that if it was implemented right, it could fucking blow the fuck up and make something incredible. Just like crypto gaming could have, just like if NFTs were implemented in the correct mechanisms, but no one is interested in using it in the correct mechanisms. They're interested in making as much money as possible before vanishing after scamming people. And so this is going to keep happening. And it feels the exact same to me. I get the exact same vibe out of AI gaming as I did back in the day when it came to crypto gaming. I used to have a channel called Blockchain Gaming Investigations, right? Where what I would do is I would go through different crypto games and play them for a little bit and try to see the good in the potential that would come in the future. But there was no potential there because it was just scam artists all the way down. If I had $1 billion, I would buy a house in the mountains away from people and gave the rest to Josh and said, make an MMO. The problem with that is that the government would come hunt you down, shoot your dog, shoot your wife, shoot your kid. How dare you live outside of society? Disgusting. The ATF will find you.
With Ashes of Creation still burning at the stake, you dare pull this one off. Wow. Whoever made this is unhinged. I can't believe my eyes. Someone just told me to check it. Pledge for access.
Luffy, the next time that I get someone who's trying to invite me to a scam Discord, those moments will be back. Don't you worry, I haven't given up on them. I love fucking with those people. It's my favorite pastime.
To pre-alpha, no pay to win, Unreal Engine 5, experience an incredibly immersive living world with AI-powered NPCs.
That word salad already tells me that I need to avoid this game. If your big selling point is you're using Unreal Engine as opposed to actual factors inside of the game, that tells me you're already trying to scam people. And it's working. It's working. Look at that fucking number. $600,000 US. God damn.
And quest, everything about this sounds like a scam. All of this is one giant red flag, and we haven't even learned anything about the game yet. It's
He's
crazy.
right.
No, what is that? No, are you kidding me?
General W seeing the problem again. Look at that. Look how many fucking people gave these fucking rats money. You were talking about how people keep on getting stuck in pyramid schemes? This shit is dumber than a pyramid scheme. Way dumber, and people are still falling for it. Do you think Guild Wars 2 will stay longer than WoW if they fix the mod stuff? Yes. If Guild Wars 2 fixes the moderation team and the staff and stops being so overzealous and damaging any content creator who might say something funny, spicy, or entertaining, and they're able to build a content creator ecosystem that spreads out in all different directions, yes, I think Guild Wars 2 unironically would be the king MMO. It would be the MMORPG that no one else would be able to touch, but that's never going to happen. It'll never happen. Because WoW is going to ride itself into the dirt, and as long as WoW makes $1 more than it costs to make, it will always be alive. And until Guild Wars 2 moderation team actually starts behaving like a moderation team as opposed to a bunch of zealots. So yeah, never happening.
Are you actually kidding me? Oh my god, it's true. We gamers never learn. Oh, wow.
You never do.
I'm ashamed. I'm just embarrassed. It's so annoying. Pledged of 100.
You shouldn't be ashamed. You shouldn't be embarrassed. You should pity these people. Because it's gonna happen again.
K goal. Well, what are you gonna do with 100K? You know it's nothing. It's a fraction of what an MMORPG needs to actually thrive. It's crazy. And they got over 500,000 with almost 20K backers. What in God's name is going on with this? There's a video here. Funded in...
I'm going to do something real quick. So $600,000. 20,000 backers. Never do math on stream without a calculator. That means that 20,000 people gave these people $3. That's a perfect scam. That is the perfect scam. Did I forget a zero there? Hold on. See, this is why you never do math on stream, even with a calculator. 600,000 divided by 20,000. Did I miss? $30. They paid the price of a full fucking game? Oh, it's even worse. Oh, I didn't want to believe it. Oh, fuck me. They paid the full price of a fucking video game to these scam. Oh, man. Fuck me. Oh, that's so much worse. Fuck, I didn't want to believe it. My mind was trying to protect me when I missed that zero. Don't open Notepad on stream. Too late. Too late. I've got a million tabs open, and unfortunately, none of them have scams on them. And none of them have child pedophilia. Because that's just not my jam. Put those people through a fucking wood chipper.
44 hours, too. I mean, it's just going to continue happening. It's just going to continue happening.
Only 6 minutes left to back the game.
They don't stop. They just... like.
Well, when you put it that way...
People need to understand, we vote with our wallets. And whenever you do stuff like that, you're gonna get milked over and over and over again. Now, that being said, I don't know anything about this. Maybe there is some foundational structure to this game that convince people to purchase it. Let's watch this. What is that? Oh, it's 12-minute video. Gee, okay, sure. Maybe they actually show something here. Okay, lower the volume a bit. You can play as soon as you pledge. Oh, so they actually have a playable build.
As soon as you give us money, you can walk into our scam and have the opportunity to play our scam. Nice. Smart, actually.
That's interesting.
That'll convince people that the game's real and it's going to be built. That's actually very, very fucking smart, because that's how you can amplify your reach, because people will keep on saying it's playable. Therefore, play our game. Therefore, you don't feel as bad losing your $30 because you got something playable. That might also be really smart from a legal perspective, because you can say, look, see, we were trying our best and we still failed.
What the hell is that?
Do you have a quest I can do there?
Zethar 33, the coastline is indeed a rich zone for research. From your mention...
Bro, are you kidding me?
I just thought of the funniest shit ever. If there's voice acting in this game, and they don't have the right filters on it, you can get the AI NPCs to say the most absolutely royally fucked up shit imaginable. That might be worth $30 if I had $30 to spare. You can barter with the quest giver for how many mobs you have to kill for what reward. Oh. Ooh. I bet there's ways to manipulate those AI NPCs into doing some real fucked up shit.
It looks like one of those games you see children play in movies. Like one of those fake games.
It does, actually. Listen to the epic music that's meant to hook you in emotionally.
It's something you'd play in a fever dream. Exactly. 4 characters. Interesting. So basically, they utilized Unreal Engine 5 stock assets to their fullest.
Of course.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it already looks better than Ashes. I don't know why. At least they have something. Let's see, coming next, world bosses, of course, million promises.
That's the roadmap of all the shit that's never getting delivered.
Surely this is all real. They would never lie.
Of course they wouldn't.
Wow. Guys, all of this is coming. All of this.
Hey guys, I'm Nick, co-founder of Epitome.
See, I immediately don't trust this man because he's not bald. I immediately don't trust him. All true game developers are bald as fuck and look like they want to kill themselves. This guy's way too well put together for this to not be a fucking scam. He's got a fucking head like that one plane that's deporting all the Somalians in it.
Welcome to our Kickstarter.
Okay, I don't want to sound super judgmental here, but this guy looks like a crypto bro. I don't know. It's not a good sign. It's not.
Nah, he's not a crypto bro. I can tell because crypto bros speak with a lot more emotional vehemence. They speak with a lot more oomph because they are so convinced by their own bullshit that they're trying to convince you about it as well. He's speaking like someone who's new to scamming, and this is baby's first scam, and he can't believe it worked out this well. Give people in MMOs the ability to create. The first 3 things they will create are dongs, slurs, and boobs. Exactly. Because that's the game we need. I'll only try those AI MMOs when I'm able to play as a bard and seduce a dragon. Fabio, roll for Constitution on your anus. You didn't know the dragon was male and now he's gonna fuck you.
Not a good sign. He does not look like a gamer. I mean, look at even the screen behind him. Like all white screen. He looks way too clean. He has great hair. No.
Yeah.
If he was bald,
he's right.
That.
What did I say? What did I fucking say? What did I say? You know the game is about to be fucking amazing when the game devs behind it look like a fucking hermit who's been living on the side of a mountain for the last 15 years. They're bald as fuck. They got the monk's cowl. They look like they want to kill themselves. They've got these big dark circles under their eyes. He knows.
Mayhem would convince me. But no, you can't have this great hair. You can't have like nice looking shirt. I don't know. I don't trust him.
I'm very excited to show you what we've built and what we're expanding towards.
The volume a bit.
Epitome is an immersive action MMORPG.
Okay, so that's how you pronounce it. It's not epitome, it's epitome.
With PvE and open PvP built around that satisfying classic progression loop. With a full set of core MMO systems, you can play and test yourself during the Kickstarter campaign. We've added a new immersion layer.
Give a sci-fi MMO with sexy aliens and I'll have money to burn. Don't say that to me, Kirsten. Don't you fucking say that to me. Do you know how badly, back in the day, I really wanted a Mass Effect MMO? That was the only chance. And it's gone now. Everyone was about to have a blue Asari GF that they were cheating on. With a Krogan.
With AI-powered NPCs, you can talk to with your voice or via text chat. They remember your conversations, negotiate rewards, shape dynamic quests based on your choices, making the game feel truly alive.
No way that's true. No way. And don't get me wrong,
Never.
I always said that
No.
AI is the future of video games, and that's true. You're gonna see it in the future.
It is. You're going to see it in the future. It's creeping in. There's no stopping it. The genie's out of the fucking bottle. The cat's out of the bag. AI is going to be in all video games in the future, but no one's using it right. This is all the scam artist shit that's going to keep happening.
Future, it's going to happen either way. It's not really it doesn't really depend on us. It's just what's naturally going to happen when AI is gonna be improved. Like,
it's cheaper, it's faster, it's more effective, it's more efficient, and AI doesn't tell you that it needs to have a wank in its bedroom before it has a conversation with you. It doesn't have to leave because its wife is leaving them and taking the house and kids. It doesn't have to sleep, it doesn't have to eat. It's going to be there. Okay, so yeah, I'll give you some context, right? I built this thing right here. I'm still testing it. I'm still making the systems different. I pulled out the guts of this thing, and I've been retrying to get it to improve its context windows and shit like that. I've been doing this and coding this thing through quantitative measures. What this thing does, this program that I built, is it takes live streams, it chops up the VOD, uses a semantic pulse system. I had to learn what the fuck that meant. It finds the clips you want, and it puts them in another folder for you to use and later edit, right? When I got to a point, I think it was about version 10, I think I'm on version 17 now, I got to a point where initially I tried to use AI to get this to work, and AI just fucked me over royally. It kept on doing stupid shit. I was incredibly frustrated. I couldn't do it, so I defaulted to Python code and went quant style on this thing. With that being said, I can see that in the future, there's going to be a system where you type in what you want, you leave the program running for like a day, and it builds everything for you. That's coming. It's not there yet, but it's coming.
Each day. Eventually they're going to integrate it with like video games, especially MMOs, and they're going to make it so NPCs do speak with you and kind of goads you in certain direction. But we're still far from that. We're a few years away from that. No way they cracked the code. It sounds super fishy. I don't believe it.
And this is just the beginning. We're expanding the immersion layer with AI companions and autonomous AI characters that travel the world and pursue their own.
Yeah, you need to realize that Where Winds Meet has AI integrated inside of the game, but it's text only, and it works on a very basic level. The fact that he tells me...
I don't get the hate around AI. When AI has been in gaming since before generative AI was a thing, but making artists have to compete with a machine is unfair because it is okay. Okay, so this is where the hate stems from, Banks, right? Let me show you where it stems from. Here is a list of all the artists that exist ever. This slice at the top here are the exceptionalist artists who never have to worry about AI. This middle ground is all the mediocre people who are not creative enough to ever reach into this bar right here. And down here are the beginners who may one day end up there. Which of these groups is the biggest group of people? It's these guys right here. And they fucking hate AI. So the most loud, vocal, and large group out there that hate AI are all the people who are threatened by it because they won't learn the tool, they won't use the tool, and they're not creative enough to figure out things by themselves. Bro, AI is and will ever be dumb. Fabio? AI might be dumb, but so are people. So are people. People are dumbasses. If you look at this general IQ chart of the entire globe, do you really think that an AI, as dumb as it might be, wouldn't be able to outperform at least 50% of these people? Probably closer to 80%. That's the issue. Human beings are as fucking retarded, if not more retarded, than the AIs that are getting used. AI used by one of those geniuses at the absolute top, they're going to understand this is just a new tool for them to play with. That's going to amplify their ability to do things faster. The people in the middle, the SoundCloud rappers, who can't outperform an AI-generated song, and like the slop songs that I put on my channel so it doesn't get copyright claimed, and then the video gets blocked and whatever else and no one can see it. All those people are scared as fuck of AI because the AI will outperform them any day of the week, as shitty as the AI may be. That's the problem. I say that because I studied machine learning in 2014 and 2015. We are not getting those amazing results they are promising. We're not getting them yet, right? AI, like, you probably know a lot about this. I mean, I learned machine learning as well when I was in university and stuff because we were trying to apply it to drones and shit. AI is still in its infancy. It's still a baby. All it needs is a few geniuses to focus on amplifying the AI's capability using their own skill set and take it out of its infancy. Now, we're going to see an AI market collapse. We're going to see AI fall off into the distance and people not talking about it. But at some point, just like graphene batteries, just like any high-quality product that's ever existed, it goes through a boom, a bust, it goes dead quiet, and then 20 years later it shows up, and it's the most, like, the biggest fucking changes in the world. Look at how electricity worked, right? For years, electricity, after its discovery, did nothing. It was considered a novel application of physics that had no real-world implementation. And then Nikola Tesla showed up. And now, can you imagine your day without electricity? Actually, that sounds like heaven. But can you imagine everyone living without electricity? Probably not. The problem is the amount of resources to get there. I agree. I agree with you. Right? I do agree with you. The resource issue is a huge issue. But if we get a Nikola Tesla version guy of AI who's able to optimize it and bring it to ultimate efficiency, that's when it's going to pop the fuck off.
That the NPC is gonna remember conversation and tell you which direction.
What do you mean electricity worked? You Africans ain't got it. I'm talking about people, John Com. I'm talking about fucking people in first world countries that are actual real human beings. Not me and my neighbor Masuntu who have to go out into the bush and hunt animals down in order to survive.
To go and give you quests based on text? No way that's real. No way that's real.
Agendas.
I don't believe it.
We're also expanding the game with 8 more maps, and then, past level 99, we're adding a huge open world with globe simulation. We're also adding to our sandbox layer, large-scale guild and faction warfare, territory control, player housing, bigger dynamic world events, world bosses, and even more long-term player-driven.
Awesome. He memorized all the buzzwords that get MMO players happy. Awesome.
He's right.
Like,
Yes.
truly, he's done his research. Of course, all of this is real. You'll see all of this in the game. It's not implemented right now, but if you back us, you will see it one day.
He's right. Those were the perfect buzzwords to say. It's the same script we've been hearing for 20 years, and it's not going to be updated anytime soon.
Maybe 10 years from now, surely, we don't take the money and just disappear. We would never do this to you. We would never do that. Don't worry.
Systems.
It's okay.
It was important for us to have something real before asking for your support. So we used our own savings and backing from early believers to build a...
Bullshit. You didn't use your own savings, that's why you put it on Kickstarter. Fucking bullshit. What's the AI based on, though? Is it GPT, or are they doing their own server? It's very likely that they're outsourcing their AI and the context windows to some other processing farm out there. Because if you're building an MMO, you don't want to have ownership over all that shit because there are more profitable ways to use it. So they've probably strapped something like an API key to a bunch of NPCs, given them context windows on how to behave. And that's all being outsourced somewhere else, all that processing power.
Real, playable pre-alpha first. That's why you can play...
Homie, you said real twice in like 5 seconds. Why are you putting so much...
Because he needs to sell you the dream, that's why.
Like, man, you're putting so much emphasis on the real. I don't know why.
Epitome during Kickstarter. And now we're a little bit nervous, but mostly excited, and we can't wait for you to jump in during the campaign, play for yourself, and tell us what you think. Let me show you what you can experience yourself in the playable pre-alpha. Right now, you can choose from 4 playable classes. Warrior...
To be fair, it could also be something similar to a pump and dump, meaning they back themselves up to look more legitimate or attractive, so it might be their own savings for now. So what you're saying is the exact same thing that a bunch of people did within the NFT space. If you want a good example of this, it's what the Sandbox did, where the way they got a bunch of people to invest into their company was they said their video game is selling NFTs, and they had an NFT out there of a video game asset that sold for 99 Ethereum. And it turned out that the people buying the NFT was them themselves, so that they could make headlines saying, wow, look how much money our game is making. And then get a bunch of investors in afterward. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Ninja, Shaman, and Necromancer.
What?
Each with 2 advanced...
Why you chose these 4 classes? They're so random, except for Warrior.
I can't fault them for that. They're probably going in a specific direction, and also they sound super cool, so it's easier if you choose classes that sound cool. Because everyone wants to be a ninja these days.
You usually just go for the traditional stuff to pull more people in. Like Warrior, Priest, or some sort of a healer, Mage, and an Archer.
Right? No, you don't do that. You don't do that. Because those are the baseline classes that everyone else has already done. So you want unique, cool sounding things. It's not about what it does, it's about how it sounds.
That's what usually like 99% of people opt for. You went for a ninja? That's so weird.
Paths and 6 skills per path. You'll explore M1, our first map with 2 cities, 4 biomes.
Damn.
Fight over 100 enemy types, and take on elite monsters and bosses, and early dungeon content. And the core MMO foundation is already here. quests, chat and DMs, friends and parties.
That already concerns me. That already concerns me. It concerns me so much I can't even stare at this character's ass. I think it was Jimmy, the old school RuneScape guy, who said this. That he said, I can't see the next biggest MMORPG relying on all the oldest systems in the world to keep people engaged. The fact that he's talking about an MMO foundation that's over 30 years old, that is so ancient that it was used in fucking muds, tells me that this is going to be a pile of dog shit.
Trading, teleportation via shrines, skills and stats, progression to level 22, upgrading and enhancing, plus a morality metric system and basic world events like monoliths that fall from the sky and turn into loot fights. And just to set expectations, this is still pre-alpha, so you're seeing the foundations early, and your feedback helps shape what comes next. Now let's talk about what makes Epitome
22 max
different,
level. I don't know.
starting with the tech that powers it. Epitome is built on Unreal Engine 5.
Hey, what was the thing that people said about Ashes of Creation that made it so different? Wasn't Steven Sheriff rattling on about how their tech is so unique and cool? And how they're building something that's never existed before? Why does that line sound so fucking familiar?
5.6 and our own proprietary technology.
That, I swear to God, that's Steven's script 1 for 1.
Making an MMORPG isn't easy, and we wanted to make sure we can actually deliver. So before we asked players...
So why did you only ask
This actually just sounds like Steven Sheriff talking again.
for 100K? I mean, it seems so off-putting. You know it's a fraction of what you actually need to build an MMO. So it just sounds so fishy to me. I don't know, man. It looks like they threw together a bunch of pre-made assets and called it a day. It's not impressive at all. I wouldn't even be surprised if this was made by one person.
For support, we focused on the hard foundations first, which includes server tech, anti-cheat, and AI integration, and the core systems everything else relies on. And because the foundation is already running in the pre-alpha, we're not asking you to back an idea.
Is that Steven in a very realistic mask? I wouldn't be surprised if Steven cut off some guy's head, peeled his skin off like he was feigned in Divinity Original 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, and then put his face on and is masquerading as a new human being.
Yeah. We're building on something real as we expand the world and add content.
He said it again.
He did.
He's
of course
constantly repeating the fact that he's real. He's trying to accentuate the fact that this game is like real all of the time. It just
Guys, I promise it's real. Guys, please, this time it's real. I promise, guys. Please, it's real. You know what he's doing? General Apple spotted this, right? But I'm gonna say it to you this way. You know how you spot a liar, right? You should all know this. Do you know how you spot anyone who's about to lie to you or who tells you a bunch of bullshit? I want to see if you know this one. You should all know this one. How do you know someone's about to lie through their fucking teeth to you? They do this thing where they look you dead in the eyes, unblinking. They keep your attention, and then they say the words, "I would never lie to you." That's exactly what they do, and that's exactly what this guy is doing. I only tell the truth. I never lie. They speak in absolutes.
makes me think otherwise. Like, oh, trust me, brother, it is real. You see it. It's in front of you. You can tell. It's the exact same tactic Steven used with Ashes of Creation. And
another W for General W. He spotted it as well. It sounds exactly like Steven Sheriff.
His developer update. It's the same thing.
That's what I do to my fiance. Babe, Babe, I would never lie to you. Babe, I really don't want to do anal. I really don't. Now take this Bill Cosby drink and fall asleep.
He showed you the corruption system, all that stuff, in early builds, and apparently it was all smoke and mirrors. It was nothing but theatrics. Basically, he was showing us a screen, a shadow of something that may be real in the future, but there wasn't anything behind it. It was nothing. So I think they're doing the same. It follows the exact same pattern.
Let's start with the server tech, because this is where most MMOs struggle. Epitome runs on our proprietary MMO server technology, designed for large-scale battles and crowded cities.
I do need to raise an eyebrow. You're right about that.
Can handle up to 33,000 concurrent players.
Bro, you say this while 5 people in the background are giga lagging, which I found to be quite funny.
Are those real people or are those NPCs accompanying you?
To be honest.
Players, server side. That doesn't mean you'll see.
Look at this. Look at this guy here. Like he can barely move.
1,000 players on screen. Client performance and bandwidth set that limit, but it means the server isn't the bottleneck anymore. In practice, as we keep optimizing networking and cloud.
That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. That's complete horseshit. If you could find a way for servers to not be the bottleneck for anything, what the fuck are you doing in video games? You've just come up with a multi-billion-dollar industry all by yourself that would be so fucking huge it might just dwarf Amazon. If you could remove servers from being a bottleneck in anything, you're about to be one of the richest men on planet Earth. That is a gigantic pile of horseshit.
Client, we're aiming for events, cities, and battles with hundreds of players in the same scene. And because our server tech is very cost efficient to run, it lowers operating costs, which massively increases Epitome's chances to stay online, stable and healthy long term as the world grows. Because as we all know, MMO servers are expensive to run, and we knew we had to solve this problem from day one. Scale means nothing if the game isn't fair. Epitome is strict.
Oh my god, this sounds exactly like Ashes of Creation.
No pay to win.
If you took Ashes of Creation, overlaid it on top of this, and just switched his voice out for Steven Sheriff, I'd swear to God it sounds exactly the same.
We will never sell power. And fair play also means...
But we will sell cosmetics.
Of course we will.
That
means fighting cheaters. That's why we've built Epitome with our own proprietary anti-cheat system. A quick note.
He likes the word proprietary a lot, and that's very concerning. Proprietary server tech literally just means they changed some configuration values. Yeah, it does. It just means they configured it in a way someone else has done, but done it in themselves and then said it's proprietary. That could mean anything. That is such a wide range of shit.
The Kickstarter pre-alpha includes an early version of the anti-cheat, and we'll roll out the full system with our first broader public.
Hold on, I just want to see something. I just want to see something, right? I just want to test something out. I'm just testing this, right?
Adjust.
And we'll roll out the full system with our first broader public release. Now let's talk about
this would
immersion,
happen.
because an MMO world should feel alive. Epitome includes AI-powered NPCs you can talk to with your voice or via text chat. They remember past conversations.
That fits so fucking well. Holy shit. It doesn't even look that different. If I screenshotted this and I screenshotted this, and I asked someone, does this come from the same game or not? They would say yes. Holy shit. Ashes of Creation lives on. They just changed the name.
Answer questions about the world and lore.
Fuck me.
And give you quests where you can actually negotiate rewards. Our game and lore are made by...
No way this is real, man. No way this is real. It sounds way too advanced to be actually true. I mean,
it's not true, because it's not.
Why would a random nobody would implement such a system into their game and not like a big AAA company? It sounds so weird. No way this is actually true.
By our team. And AI is what brings those in-game characters to life, making them feel more real than ever.
The way this thing types makes me believe that they've got a ChatGPT AI strapped to this.
Ever before. And this is just the beginning of our immersion layer. We're expanding towards AI companions that join you on your quests, and autonomous AI characters that travel themselves and fulfill their own agendas. Our mission is simple. Make an MMO world that feels truly alive.
Our mission is simple. Make all the money we can do with, and
not even localized, not even Olama? No, because that would mean that you would need the processing power to deal with at least more than 5 people. There's no ways they'd localize this. They've outsourced this shit and they've got an API key somewhere.
Disappear. That's it. Our goal is simple. Take the doubloons and disappear. Oh man, it just... I don't know. I don't know how gamers keep falling for this.
You're right.
It's honestly, it's so cringe. Like, people are so gullible, and you can tell they are actually turning to the same crowd that defended Ashes of Creation, like the hardcore PvP gamer.
Hey, guess what? Copium Clinic's coming back. Round 2 for Narkid to get called mentally ill.
With open world PvPs and 100 versus 100 people battle. Like, nobody else is going to opt for that except for them.
Now let's talk about...
They claim that AI remembers conversations. ChatGPT has no memory. Michael Reeves did a good video about it. Here's how you get around that problem. Context window. You, NPC. You have conversation with NPC. NPC processes everything you says. Summarizes everything that occurred in the past. This gets stored on your system. Next time you interact with NPC, it takes the summarization, feeds it back into the context window. NPC pretends like you spoke to them before. You can get around that one fairly easily, and I'm retarded. If I'm fucking retarded enough to figure that out, these scam artists probably know how to do that.
Why we're doing this on Kickstarter and what your support unlocks. We chose Kickstarter because we want to build epitome with players.
We chose Kickstarter because...
Yes, but this is not memory. It's not. It's not memory. You're right about that, but they can pretend that it is memory. That's the point. And from a layman's perspective, it doesn't matter if the memory's real or not. It matters if it appears to be real. It's about the illusion, not about what's happening on the back end. It's the pay no mind to the man behind the curtain Wizard of Oz shit again.
People there are the most gullible.
And we didn't want to show up with...
I'm translating.
We wanted to show up with something you could actually play. That's why we built a real, playable pre-alpha before...
Guys, someone put a real counter. Someone put a real counter. Let me know in the comments right now how many times he said it. No, actually wait until I finish the video and then tell me.
Or we
at least 7.
Asked you for support.
Let's see. Did someone do a real counter? Hey, he's not at that size yet. He's not there. He's not there. Someone's gonna put a real counter in this.
Up to this point, we funded development with our own savings and backing from early believers, with around $1 million so far in about 2.5...
Take a shot every time he says real. Let's use Gemini. Just hide that because that's my work stuff. New chat. Hey, Bonzi buddy. I want you to take this YouTube video. Look at the transcript and see how many times the word real is used. Wait, we should do this with the original video, otherwise we're gonna get General Apple's thing. Did he link the original video? Ooh, that's bad practice. That's bad practice. General Apple, it's always good practice to link the original video in the description so that people can find the original video about this. Fucking
more fitting.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop it. Fucking okay. Where is it? Where's this original video? Was it the Kickstarter video? Is this linked on YouTube? Because it should be, otherwise it's even more of a fucking scam. Oh, they didn't even have the fucking balls to put this shit on YouTube. They didn't even have the dick and balls on them to put this on YouTube. That's how much of a fucking scam this is. Holy shit. All right, well, we'll just minus like 10. That confirms it to me. If they didn't even have the dick on them to put it on YouTube, that just confirms it. So the lack of link is less about him forgetting and it's not existing. Exactly, yes. It's not even... Yeah, you know what? And I changed my opinion on this. The fact that General Apple didn't directly link to the Kickstarter is a really, really good thing, right? I thought that these guys at least had the scam wherewithal about them to put this shit on YouTube. But the fact that they didn't, and he didn't link it, good idea. Good idea. You don't want these people like going to the actual scam itself. Word real appears exactly 20 times in this transcript. "20 times in a video about this. So minus 10 because I'm sure he said it half the time. Yeah.
Years
God damn.
Development.
That's nothing. That's nothing. It's not even a fraction of what an MMORPG needs. It's actually nothing. I mean, it's a huge lie. If you can't see through that, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I honestly don't.
That's how we were able to build the foundations, which include the core tech,
say about
the
12.
systems, and the playable pre-alpha. And this matters because MMOs are normally insanely expensive and take a very long time to build.
Normally. But we're different. I'm not like the other MMORPGs, teehee.
Yes.
What we've built so far was done in a fraction of the typical MMO cost and time.
Okay, he said it for
On top of that,
himself.
our proprietary server technology is extremely cost efficient to operate, meaning we can support far more players at a much lower cost.
Okay, so he just said it, but he didn't explain anything. What?
Yeah, no, he said nothing.
I mean,
there.
you
That was a
literally
word
just
salad.
said what I said, but you haven't explained.
That was a word salad. That's meaningless.
How did you manage to save so much money? Like, yeah, we understand. You got it at a fraction of the cost. How? Which corners did you cut? What is real? What isn't? We don't know anything.
I'm telling you this Because we're not asking you to fund an idea, we're asking for support to build on top of something real that already works.
Take a look at the Kickstarter location. Ooh, that's a smart idea. Now you're thinking with numbers. You're thinking in logic. Where's the location of this? Ooh, you're big braining this shit. Where?
You're not welcome.
Now I'm not saying that there's a link here. I'm not saying that there's a link here. I'm just saying this looks suspicious. I'm just saying Tyler Oliveira might be onto something. Oh, fuck me. Watch that be the joke that gets me banned off of YouTube. The only thing AI powered is how fast people open their wallets. Their brains are AI powered. AI equals automated infrastructure. Yeah, pretty much.
Because we're built to be fast.
Look at the currency pledges.
Efficient,
oh man, it's all a scam. All of it's a scam.
So we're on the lam, and just give us your money. Damn it. Okay, stop playing games. Just back this up.
Our vision
Don't ask
for
questions.
Epitome is to bring it to its full potential.
But yeah, okay, let's be honest. Let's just clear something up. It's very unlikely that any of this is being developed in New York. Listen to the guy's accent. Look at the way he's speaking. None of this speaks of American development. There is no fucking way that this is happening in New York. That is just put there for pure legitimacy purposes and to try and look realistic. This is highly unlikely to be something that's in New York. They chose that location specifically so that you couldn't find out where they actually are.
With 8 additional maps.
I believe that.
Huge open world with globe simulation that has 3 layers, Nether, Terra, and Ether, and a higher soft level cap up to and beyond level 99.
Man, he said Terra. Wasn't the world in Ashes of Creation was called Vera or something like that? What, they were even called...
Yes, but Terra is the old Latin word for Earth, and that's why if you just want to default to that, I mean, Warhammer, they call Earth Terra. Terra is the laziest kind of fucking naming scheme you can come up with. It's the most default shit imaginable, and I'm willing to bet that they got that name directly out of the AI that they used for prompts to build this.
Copying the names, man, what is that? How is this game called again? Asses of Cremation?
We're also expanding the sandbox layer with guild and faction warfare, territory control, player housing, and more long-term player-driven systems. And we want to expand the immersion layer with AI companions, autonomous AI characters, and deeper AI features that make the world feel more alive than ever before.
That's all word salad. None of that has an actual technical backing to what he's saying. That's just a pie in the sky, airy-fairy shit.
Plus, more classes, bigger dynamic world events.
That run animation is fucking me up. You never seen a woman run like that after you fucked the shit out of her for a night? And then you try and lock the door, but she gets away? It seems about right.
Dungeons, world bosses, character customization, crafting, life skills and professions, plus mounts, which includes taming and riding, pets, polymorph, mining and fishing, and major exploration updates like fishing and sailing, all shaped by the community.
It's literally just like Ashes. It is literally just like Ashes. He's repeating the exact same buzzwords. It's like he generated an AI copy of Steven's personality.
Yes.
And he's just building off of that.
I wouldn't be surprised
so
if he
annoying,
did.
But he's doing it without Steven charm. Well,
yeah, he's actually, yes, because this is baby's first scam. He's still getting there.
it's so annoying. It's just so cringe.
And we're doing all of this while respecting the player's time. The Kickstarter servers won't be wiped.
No, if you respect the player's time, you would just told them to give us their wallet. Like, that's it.
Yes.
You would have told them, like, oh, just give us your wallet. That's it. That would have been way more respectful for their time. If you're gonna drag it out like ashes, please don't. At least hurt us right off the gate. That's it.
Stay as our long-term test realm, so early backers can try new features first as we roll them out. After the campaign, we'll take a short break for feedback, implement what we learn, then move into public.
We'll take a short break to Honolulu, and then we're gonna consider our future steps.
No, not Honolulu. It's going to be one of the areas that doesn't have an extradition policy to the US, because if they've listed their business company fraudulently as something like New York or some shit like that, what you want to do is you want to be located in a country that won't extradite you back to the US when the lawyers come for you.
Alpha, beta, and push towards full release by the end of 2026.
Of course.
Now, before we wrap up...
Of course. Surely, by the end of 2026, this game would be playable, full release, with all of the features you just mentioned. While the game looks so bare bones at the moment, in 1 year, no less than that, you would be able to implement everything. What in God's name have I just actually witnessed? I can't believe people actually bought into that.
I'd like to share a little bit about our team. Epitome has 2 founders, me and Arthur. It started as Arthur's dream, and over the last few years, it's become the mission of our entire team. We're a focused, full-time studio with most of our developers in Poland.
His name is not Arthur. It's Steven Sheriff.
And we're MMORPG players ourselves. Our senior team has over 10 years of experience across multiple AAA titles, including Cyberpunk 2077, Metro Exodus, and many more. And our...
Yeah, it was probably the guy in the Metro Exodus office who was getting everyone else's mail or coffee. I wonder how long it would take to gaslight an NPC into being anti-Semitic. Well, based on what happened with Microsoft's Tay, I would give it about 5 minutes.
Engineers have over 15 years of experience building online game tech.
That could mean anything, because everyone lies on their CVs about how long they've been doing shit to try and make themselves look like they're bigger than what they actually are. A lot of the corporate stuff and a lot of the hiring stuff, it's just lie in your CV to get the job. Do you think there's a consultant in the MLM scheme handing out exact script? I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Jeffrey Epstein-style motherfucker out there somewhere doing exactly that.
That's why we were able to get the foundations working before coming to Kickstarter. And we're here for the long run. We want to build this with a community.
Bro, he can't even read from his prompter correctly. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm done. I heard enough. It's towards the end already. It doesn't really matter.
Yep.
I mean, everything about this is so slimy. I can't actually believe that I just witnessed that. Okay, I want to see some of the packs they have. Support, make a pledge with...
This is so slimy that Bonnie Blue, after getting run through by 400 dudes, had less slime on her.
Out a reward, so you can, I guess, just donate any amount. It's in euros, of course. Oh, there we go. Available award.
But he said it. They're in Poland, so why are they saying the studio's in New York City? Because they don't expect people to pay attention to little details like that, and they think they can get away with it, probably.
65 EU. Oh, but it's 70.
The price of a whole fucking game.
$7. Jesus. Night. Oh, it's featured. Okay, so they bumped it to the top.
A AAA game.
This. Everything from the previous level, excluding War Tiger, but I want it. Mount Polymorph, Premium Petrel Falcon, Digital Guide to the World of Epitome.
God, this is disgusting.
Digital Guide for a world that doesn't really exist. Okay, interesting. Highlight your name in the Hall of Legends. Ooh, you get to be highlighted. Wow. Truly an ego boost. 32 worth premium in-game currency. Wow.
It could be set up to be obviously a scam to filter out smart people. You're not wrong, Lithie. That is an approved premium email scamming tactic, so that wouldn't be the worst thing to do. That's actually pretty smart. I wouldn't be surprised if that turns out to be true, where they've set it out with all these little what's the word? All these little hints and shit that anyone who knows anything about the MMO space, who pays attention to the shit, is well aware that this is a scam and then is immediately out. And then the people getting scammed are just the ones too fucking stupid to understand what the fuck's going on. You might be onto something there.
Oh, so this essentially only costs almost 40 euros. You're actually saving money. That's crazy. That's such a good bang for your buck. Exclusive in-game title, Night. Okay, and these are the mounts, just basic stock.
That looks like it's dead ass straight out of fucking Ashes of Creation.
Assets, awesome. Truly incredible. So the cheapest one is about $12. Okay, great. It's just the alpha key. I guess that's what most player purchase. How many purchased the Night? Almost 500 people. Jesus. And okay, Wonder. This is the early backer. About 18 doubloons. Worth premium in-game currency. So again, they're lying like you're saving currency. So this is essentially cheaper than that. They were actually goading you towards purchasing that because they're telling you you're gonna save half of that money in in-game currency. Wow, what a move. Truly not shady at all. So yeah, I guess just more and more ways to spend your money. I just want to see the most expensive one. Wait, let's go all the wait. Let's see.
It's gonna be ridiculous.
Okay, 5.
This is part of marketing, right? What they're doing with the donation thing here is part of marketing. What you do is you offer people a bunch of small, more affordable offers, and then you make one absolutely ridiculous ask at the end that gives them everything the other previous tiers did, plus a bunch of extra shit, or at least you promise them that. You don't actually have to deliver on it, and it makes them feel like a special little boy.
$100 almost. I mean, $600 almost. Everything from the previous level. Championship. Wow. A game that doesn't even have an ocean is already promising you a ship. Phenomenal.
Yep.
Let's go even further down. Jesus, man. Please tell me no one purchased this. Please, for the love of God. What is that?
This is definitely a scam.
Archon's Hero. Everything from the previous level. Yeah.
There it is. 5,000 euros. There we go. That's the one.
To co-create weapons for all playable character. Ability to co-create armor. So just like Ashes, right? They promised you have agency over creating the game and making the world. It's textbook stashes.
Oh, never mind. They even went fucking higher.
Literally textbook.
8,500 euros.
What? Warden of the Void. Why there's so many different packages? So crazy.
Because then you can make someone feel like a special little boy for a little while before they realize they've been scammed.
So this is the most expensive one. The chosen one. This would be you.
Oh man. Oh, I'm in the wrong fields. I'm in the wrong businesses. I should just be selling people bullshit dreams on Kickstarter. I'm a filthy African. I just need to change my location using a VPN to New York. Oh man, I could be making so much fucking money. What am I doing with my life?
How many backers? 6. Get a life. Opportunity to participate in an epic gaming weekend with Epitome developers. Okay, this is intentional. Notice the wording here. Opportunity. Because if they removed this word from here, they would have had to deliver. And they would have been open to a lawsuit.
Morals are very fucking expensive. Very, very fucking expensive. My question is, where are they going to get the tens of millions in funding required for the rest of development? The industry doesn't believe in MMOs anymore. They will find some naive VC out there or some big company to back them up as a publisher who will give them that fucking money and will still make a return on investment. And then when the projects pull, they'll take it apart. They'll take whatever the fuck they can. They'll copyright it and then they'll use it later on down the line to sue people who try to do a different thing because then they're like, hey, but that's actually under our patent. Video games slowly, a la fucking Nintendo, have proven that it's not about making a video game, it's about making a proprietary system that you can wield as a weapon in a legal court against someone else because you can sue bigger companies for bigger amounts of money than you could ever get out of players.
Against them because of that. So they're smart. They're actually backing themselves up. Let's see. Dedicated NPC that tells the story of your character and weaves it into the game's lore.
That's so fucking smart. That right there is so fucking smart. If I had more money than sense, I would buy this package and come up with the dirtiest fucking name. Just so that embedded in the name is a guy just called the N-word. The ultra hero, N-word man, is out there saving the world.
Okay, sure.
And then get all the AI NPCs to say his name.
Your name on the top of the first line of legends, yeah, special arc on wings, the worth of in-game currency. It's oh my god. Oh my god, who are these 6 people who back this? For the love of God. For the love of actual God, limited quantity.
Those 6 people, it's something you guys said earlier. Those 6 people might actually be the devs themselves putting their own money in to look more legitimate.
8
to try and then get other people to embed themselves into the scam.
Left out of 8. Sure. Okay. I mean, it's horrifying, man. It's horrifying. I don't know what to say. It's such a low blow to actually get, especially right now after Ashes is still
damn right
being,
it is,
like, burned down by everyone. I mean, what in God's name is that? What's coming next? Voice chat with proximity? AI companions, more AI garbage. Yeah, it looks like a game made by Crypto Bros. It's so sad.
There we go.
He
finally sees it. He sees it. This is just the NFT scam all over again. This is just the crypto scam with gaming all over again. The best tools in the world, and the first thing people do is to act like scam artists with them. It's the same cycle. I've seen it a million times, and it's going to happen again with the next big thing.
So sad, but you know what? On the other hand, it's one more game for me to follow. It's great for me. I want to make content about that. I will cover this game thoroughly. You can make sure of that, just like I did with Ashes, and I'm gonna be there for whenever this game is proven to be a scam.
Yep, he's 100% right. Do you know when AI becomes useful? I'll give you a little hint here. This is when AI becomes actually useful, right? Is at some point in the future, this exact thing is gonna happen, and this is when AI is gonna be useful, right? There's gonna be some guy with the processing power and the time on his hands and the ability with a super tuned AI 30 years from now, or when we're all fucking dead, and this is exactly what's going to happen. And that's when it's over. That's when it's over. Someone's gonna do exactly that. And that's when shit's gonna get useful. That's when things are gonna get good. Is someone's gonna take that anime Shangri-La Frontier and actually make it using an AI, and it's gonna happen like over 3 decades from now. And then someone will have something good to play, but we'll all be old and dead because we'll all be wiped out from the nuclear wars in World War III, so we'll never get the chance to do that. You should look up the Guyver anime. I will at some point. I've got a long list of anime to get through. Now, I need to quickly take a piss, and then we're going to start playing some Soulframe for the very, very fucking first time. So I'm going to be right back. I'm about to fucking piss all over myself like that kid shit in his chair. I'm going to be right the fuck back.
Lion dance on the TV, spirit mass in this place. Red string on my wrist, lucky coin by my teeth. I light one stick of incense, let the war frames come to me. Riding through Soulframe, year of the horse, landings up high, we follow the course. Engine drums beating under steel and glass, old gods watching as the service flash. Riding through Soulframe, moves in the sky, dragon smoke trails where our bullets fly. New year ringing in the glitch and rain, old prayers whisper through this gate.
Grandma calls from the kitchen, come eat before you play. Say one more expedition, then I'll taste the lucky day.
Neon on the armor, moonlight on the blade. Every boss that we conquer feels like death's finally paid. Riding through Soulframe, year of the horse, lanterns up high, we follow the course. Engine drums beating under steel and glass, old gods watching as the service flash. Riding through Soulframe, moves in the sky, dragon smoke trails where our bullets fly. New year ringing in the glitch and rain, old prayers whisper through this gate.
Click. Connect the lobby feels, cousins laughing on the mics. Outside, thunder made of fire. Inside, thunder made of strides. If the spirit's here, I'll call. Let the blessings overflow on this horse here night of cold and smoke. We rise, we glow. Riding through Soulframe, year of the horse, lanterns up high, we follow the course. Engine drums beating under steel and glass, old gods watching as the service flash. Riding through
There we go.
Soulframe, moves in the sky, dragon smoke trails where our bullets fly.
They should really do Log Horizon, I agree.
Glitch and rain, old prayers dancing through this gate.
I agree. I think 100% if they did one of the, like, for some fucking reason, we live in this wacky, weird existence where somehow, animes do a better job at MMORPGs than actual MMORPGs do. And that scares the bejesus out of me. That actually terrifies me. Now finally, for the first time ever in my life, before getting kicked out of this fucking game, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna log in, I'm gonna try and play this game, and it's gonna completely fucking collapse on me. It's gonna tell me, fuck you, you're already banned, just like ArenaNet. Just like World of Warcraft. Just like every other fucking game out there, huh? It's like I'm on a blacklist or something. I need to catch up on Shangri-La Frontier. I've seen I think it's up to the part where he just gets into the town after beating the first boss. I think, I can't remember, it's been a while. I actually need to catch up on Shangri-La Frontier as well. I bet you're gonna have to redeem. Maybe. Someone was nice enough to give me a key. Thank you. And I may need to use that. I believe it was you, Marston, actually, who gave me the key. Do not. But the nice Indian man told me to. The nice Indian man told me that he would never scam me. I just need to give him the Google Play gift card. Whoop. And what was my password? Please don't tell me I got it wrong. Log Horizon is a banger. Ooh.
That night of old.
Oh, look at that. It worked.
Not by
Boston, give Fabio the key. I don't think I think I tried to use yours and it just led me into the game without needing the key. Chrono Odyssey vibes.
Not by sense, but soul. Your Mamie's home.
What the fuck's a Mamie? Where's the monster? It's empty. I need a new one. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, titties! Damn it. Oh, fuck. She's hideous. Average Californian woman.
Well, I remember her face.
Okay, so we're starting off being breastfed by the average Scottish male. Like fallen snow, like thaw tide's haze.
Like fallen snow, like petal fair, aglow was she.
Does that change anything?
And oh, her hair.
Hold on. Okay, I can't get to the menu. Okay, now we're talking about our mom's hair. Where's Dad? Let's see. That's not many options. I'll take that one.
Woven crown and careful ties.
It's gonna be your hair. I have to play as a Scottish man? What the fuck? Okay, we're choosing red. Because you know what they say about ginger bitches, right? They haven't had the fire fucked out of them just yet.
Such fox and ember lit her eyes.
That is the most British face I've ever seen. You know what this face reminds me of? This immediately reminds me of this video right here.
I'm going to sing Cher Lloyd by Lloyd or Rebecca G. Right? And don't forget all the trouble we got into.
Why does somebody not know how to flush a toilet after they've had a shit?
What's with me?
Well, it was fucking one of yous. Disgusting!
That's what that reminds me of. Let's see. Gaze. Oh, okay. This is eye color. We gotta go for a green or a blue. We'll make her eyes the color of salted piss. The color that a Scotsman never sees in his urine because it's bright yellow like it's fucking cyberpunk.
Of salt and waves her gaze did flow. Last love she saw was you. I know. Love last it was that sent you so.
Can our mom cover up? Jesus Christ. This isn't OnlyFans. I didn't understand anything. Don't worry. That's just English people trying to speak English. Oh shit. We're black. Mom's been lying to Dad. Good thing they didn't show the birth. They should have. Okay, choose your frame. Choose your frame. Because, okay, I see this going two ways. We're choosing a frame so that we can tie it back to Warframe, or we're choosing a frame because of the whole male-female thing. And no one wanting to touch that shit with a 10-foot pole in video game development. They were nice enough not to put women in second place by calling them body type 2 for diabetes. That looks like a Warframe to me.
Remember this.
Okay, now we're in Dune, apparently.
We are a family.
Hey, it's just like my family. Everyone trying to kill each other.
Beyond the pale of Odin's sky live verdant fields of rain and wild.
Okay, but when's Owain gonna get a ciggy?
Where omen beasts of Alka's lost. Remember still.
I can't play this fucking game. We got some camera movement. What, moose in America? What the fuck are you doing in the Scottish Highlands, you donkey bastard? Shaking like my grandma's titties. That's the way it's meant to be. This is the gaming experience you came here for. Yes! Yes! How do people with Parkinson's play this game?
Well. Envoys of shame. And bear their souls within your frame. Find your spirit.
I got a blue shit on me.
Renewed.
I think it's COVID.
And return to earth, her power true. Join us, won't you?
Okay, thank you for joining our Prelude's journey. Take heed, young soul. You are entering a primordial world with great tremors ahead. Some highlights of this update include this. Okay, that's just updates. I don't care about no fucking updates. I'm a typical Scottish man. I got no ass on me. Got an ass crack like a fucking surfboard. I shit and it doesn't even touch the cheeks. Guiding sparrow. Alright. My mouse DPI is way too fucking high. Jesus. Alright, maybe I can now change settings. System. Where's the audio? Just bump that down a bit so I can hear myself think. Let's put that about there. Confirm. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay, so that's going to be important for later. What's this? Oh, it's just like Guild Wars 2. The F is the interact key instead of E. We go in here?
Let's rouse the elvish melodies from that sleepy soul of yours, eh? Envoy or not, my Minnow will...
Now I'm a real fucking Wayne. God damn it. Look, it's Bambi. Old Q, spectral sight. Oh, we get the Revelio spell from Hogwarts Legacy. That's good. We can run. And getting some Wu Chang vibes. Yeah, a little bit as well. Don't you kill Bambi? Wait, you kill the mother. No, that was Gaston. Oh, okay, okay. I'm supposed to tap that at the right time.
More RozeMMO. You know that song.
I played 4 notes, you old bastard.
To practice.
Okay, what was the point of that cutscene? To teach us how to play music? There he is.
Magic. It's in you. Yours. Like the wind.
Thank you, Mohammed. Alhamdulillah. Why do the Warframe devs always put a kid in your trunk?
Ancient as your wild.
No idea.
Which was yours? No, let me guess.
So these are classes, I'm guessing. Courage. Homosexuality. Cowardice. Ooh, this is a rough choice between these two. What do I go for here? Melee slaps. You've convinced me with one entire message. I put all my faith in you.
Warrior of Mora.
What do we got? Pact of Courage, Chief of the Soulist Warriors. Was she wreathed in flame and fury? Blah, 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 blah. That's just, you know, flavor text. Fellust. Call of the Ancients Clash. Walder. Medallion of Mora. What if we go back? What do we get?
Rogue to Safine.
Okay, so you've got Ranger, you've got Warrior.
Shaman of Iridis.
And you've got Heal Slut. Yeah, we're going Warrior. Warrior it is. We get the flippy flute. Yo, more classes later.
Like rain. Breathing. Like wind. All of Alka's making is magic. So
I wonder if there's timed blocks. Hold on. Let's see if there's timed blocks.
to it. Once you learn it,
Nope, there's no timed blocks.
you can make.
Use packed magics. Okay, we get a flaming sword. What does 2 do? Does that do damage if I'm near him? No. What about 3? Oh, we get critical hits like it's Dark Souls. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Descendant of Tethrin. May your sword find respect.
Our parries, enemies will shine when you can parry. Oh, okay, so it's your AAA kind of style thing where everything glows a certain color before you can parry. Or block or dodge. I found the kick.
An envoy you'll be. Lest the old get you for.
Let me in. Let me in. It won't let me in. I found the perfect way to walk. Pay no attention to the goose stepping. It means nothing. What the fuck is all of this? Guide. Talisman. Tethran. Summon the Wrath of the Felling. Consecutive strikes deal cumulative damage. Warsong, attract attention. So that's tanking. Stagger and stun enemies with your shockwave. Increase defense against stagger. This is very Dark Souls-like, actually. This is your inventory. Very interesting inventory. Very unique style of doing this. Don't have a sidearm yet. We're not that British. Combat arts. Okay, so we can spec out in different combat arts. Virtues. Courage gains, grants greater life to survive in boldness of battle. Build a warrior's arsenal attuned to the star symbol or sun symbol. Spirit quickens magic. And the other one's ranged. It's my fucking bird. Okay, so these... Okay, these are the different classes. Okay, upgrade. I don't got shit yet. Basic sword. Basic pants. Okay, this is just the inventory. And these are different stats. Okay. I think I understand. Tab to return to Elka. Very wacky. Very dream and ethereal-like.
All this yabber and jabber and thinking. You'll find no wolf riders in a library. But keep your eyes on the sky.
Hold on, is there anything else in here? Let me kill Bambi. This is a mercy killing. No, Bambi's immune.
Happy Burn Day.
There's nothing else here, is there? You have to craft armor and weapons to get more, by the way. What do you mean there's a crafting system? That's not how games are supposed to work. Crafting is supposed to be in the cash shop. Okay, we can jump. This is not New World. What am I saying? New World could jump. They just couldn't swim. Everyone was canonically African. What the fuck is this? Are these guards I'm supposed to murder? Go for the range guy. Go for the range guy. Always go for the range guy first. Get fucked. This is like smoother Dark Souls. F. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing this. I'm seeing this. This doesn't look bad. First impression on this doesn't look bad. This might actually be a video game, which is strange to see in 2026. Fucking odd. Real fucking odd. Are there invisible walls? What's this? Okay, can't do anything there. This is all just set pieces. What if I go up here? Go everywhere but where you expect it to go. Can I zoom out the camera? No. Grandfather's gone, but his sparrow will guide you. Granddad's dead. If this is Dark Souls, when are you getting graped by an invading autist? There will be a naked guy with a big stick coming soon, don't you worry. And then he's gonna throw one of those little hollow things out that says, "Good job," as I die. What's this? Okay, we're just picking shit up off the ground. This is just Scotland. This is actually just Scotland. Press G. Oh, there we go. That's telling me to go that way, so that means I know I have to head this way. You know how the GPS is always wrong? What's off in this direction? Can I just fuck off into the distance? I can just fuck off into the distance. Okay. Okay. Okay, interesting. I expected this thing to give me an invisible wall and tell me you need to go in this direction. Let's see where this actually leads then. The authentic IRL Scotland experience, complete with glowy spirits and thugs on the street that randomly try to murder you. I haven't heard the mosque call for prayer yet, though. I suppose that's up ahead, since we're still in the tutorial. Good night, Brando. Thanks for stopping by. Gotta live your life. Ooh, that's why the VOD's there. Your life is more important. What the? Okay. Okay. You dropped a potion, but I can't pick it up. Am I not allowed potions? Is that still coming? Can I break boxes? No. Boxes are invincible. Healing potion, you maxed. You can only have 5 at a time. Oh, there it is. I see. It's the H key. Okay, this is definitely a game that's going to be better on a controller. I can tell already. Okay. Actually, I should ask you guys: is this game going to be better on controller than it is on mouse and keyboard? I'm getting controller vibes from this. Let's see. Let's find out. Where's my fucking controller? Let's find out. Shall we? Okay. Oh, yep, that feels better on a controller. Honestly, I'd say both. Unlike Warframe, I can see this played with a controller as well. I mean, Warframe wasn't unplayable with a controller. Did I lose sound? That was odd. That was odd. You put it in the controller. And the sound switches off. It might be defaulting to the controller speaker. It might be. It might be. You're right. It does. It's trying to actually play the fucking audio out of the speaker that comes from the controller. What the fuck? That's an odd one. Oh shit! Udex Gundia! I remember you! Whoop, 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 whoop. I really need you guys to have control over the cameras when I keep doing stupid shit like that. I need to put the camera integration back. Ooh. Ooh, Ching Chong language. How appropriate. Let's go over there. There's something over there.
Wet with salt, did she exult the iron she swam onto?
Okay, where's the sprint button? Okay, L3. Okay, controller options aren't bad. That's a dodge. Okay, all of the control options seem pretty good. I'm gonna play this on controller. This feels better on controller for me. This definitely feels like a controller game. It's the same as like Elden Ring and shit. The layout seems to make more sense to me on controller, and that's probably just PTSD from all the Elden Ring and Dark Souls I've played. Hello? Mommy! I'm home! Hey, this is just like my house. No electricity. Click shift to dodge. Yeah, controller option. I mean, keyboard options are not gonna help me here, Marson. I'm gonna be playing this shit on a fucking on a controller. How do I get to my map? Okay, that's guidance. That's elixirs. Which button is the map? Oh, that's the return button. I can't find the map. I'll figure it out later. You don't play bow, sure, but man, I think headshots are going to be harder on controller. Oh no, I can imagine if you're playing bow ranged, yeah, then you would definitely want to stick with keyboard and mouse. Keyboard and mouse is always superior for ranged. Did you know those old wattle and daub huts are made out of horse shit? How uncivilized to make a house out of horse shit instead of advanced Wakandan technology like they do in my country where they use cow shit instead. Inferior building techniques. The latest I've stayed watching, but I'm at my limit. Go live your fucking life. Kirista, I'll say this every fucking stream. I'll say this until I'm blue in the fucking face. Your life and whatever you have to do for yourself, go and fucking do it. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. The VOD is always there on YouTube. Go and live your life. Do your shit. Anything you have to do, whether it's fucking your neighbor's wife, kicking your neighbor's dog, electrocuting your own dog, getting highly involved in politics and never actually following through on anything you do, making commentary about the world that you know nothing about, I promise you it is more fucking important than anything that I will ever do on stream. The VOD is there if you ever want to catch up on it. Don't know why you would. Go live your goddamn life. You are more important than the stream. And thanks for stopping by. There's a Team Fortress 2 pro player that plays on controller. Well, he's a mentally ill human being and a freak of nature and a government experiment.
It is hopeless, little one. Hopeless. The Valadier goddesses were just precious points.
Okay. Mild Hellblade vibes. With a touch of schizophrenia. Find he who haunts the pensive tower. It's been a while since I've touched controller. Holy shit, I'm gonna fuck this up. It's telling me to go that way, but there's a door right here that I can't get through. Where's the fucking bird telling me to go? Oh, this way. Oh, can we get into the bottom floor? These enemies might be a little bit mildly undertuned. Did I miss anyone? Remember, it's only a crime if there's any witnesses left to report you to the police afterwards. Oh, there we go. I noticed there's no lock on. And I kind of like that. Do Africans know how to make lime wash, or do they just have espoused shit for walls? Espoused shit. Cow shit is generally clean because all they do is eat grass all day. So you don't need to make lime wash. I don't know what you're feeding your horses in the UK, but you gotta switch over from feeding them McDonald's burgers to whatever the fuck. Just let them eat the grass. Okay? I know grass-fed is a whole thing in Europe. You don't need it. Just stick them outside. Da Vinci?
An envelope. The old have burned the great Pensieve's archive. Now words live on in smoke. Perhaps you and I might do something about it. What do you say?
Da Vinci, but I can't touch you. You'll give me the gay. Assassin's Creed told me you were gay. Where lies the quill? Okay, we don't have to take that from him. We have to get a quill, apparently now. Wait, hold on. Were there multiple levels to this tower? Or was that like the ultimate upstairs, was just going up a small flight of stairs? Check the Discord, I send controller mapping images. I'll do that now when I'm looking for where the fuck the map is. I just slap buttons and I've kind of figured it out. Take notes, Cormier. This is how you build a tower. You know, not into a fucking bookcase. It actually leads somewhere. Every stream, there's at least one guy watching you and jerking off. Well, I hope he's having a great time jerking off to these fat tits. You know, the thing is, you can't say shit like that to me and expect me to be surprised. There is definitely some guy who accidentally was jacking off to his favorite hoe that was live streaming on YouTube, and she went offline and YouTube accidentally queued my shit up because he played Soulframe by himself one time. Working stairs, I know. It's almost like this game was programmed in the 90s or something. What the fuck? I haven't found the auto lock button that lets me auto win. Oh, I missed the finishing blow. Fuck. In memory of the last pensive who haunts this tower still, we reclaimed from Sinecure the Spectre's stolen quill. Okay. Now we have to go back to the tower, don't we? Yes. No auto lock-in like in Dark Souls. Damn it, there's no auto win button. 0 out of 10, IGN. British cows used to be fed ground up cow spines. It's why they had an outbreak of mad cow disease. No, you're misremembering this, Banks. You see, I remember the history of it. I remember there was like a whole time in my country where my mom was like, yeah, we're going to be avoiding beef for a little while just because there's like a whole outbreak. But that was a whole thing with prions. You see, you're confusing it with another outbreak. You're confusing it with that one outbreak that occurred in the early 1900s. It was called... What was it called? What was it fucking called? That's what it was. It was women's rights. That's what caused the biggest outbreak of mad cow disease.
My morning, the bicameral. My folded spine and sacred bind, my will is signed to you. Rolled in blood and cinder.
Yes, that entire setup was for a stupid fucking sexist joke. Your ancestors share. Oh. Share? Whoops! Pressed the wrong button. Someone has foot and mouth disease. I was born with that fucking disease. It's just a part of who I am now. Is there any fall damage in the game? Doesn't look like it. Where's the bird taking me? Where'd the fucking bird go? There it is. Follow Grandpa's Pulaki. How's the game going so far? It's fucking surprisingly smooth. Jesus Christ. I'm definitely getting Warframe vibes. I'm seeing that they've pulled from a bunch of wacky shit. We're in a dream sequence thing. Man, this might actually... Like, I can't believe I'm fucking saying this, but this might actually be a good game. This might actually be a solid fucking game. Full damage isn't player friendly, so we had to remove it. I mean, none of this seems player friendly. Where's the big Ubisoft arrow on the bottom of the screen that, you know, does everything for me? How is the games journalist ever going to review this game? Ancestor awaits you in Nightfold. Hold share to greet them. Okay. How do I get to my inventory on a controller? Inventory? I'm gonna look at your mapping now. I'm gonna look at the controller mapping you sent me. Whoop, give me a second. Alarm's going off. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. I'm gonna be right back. I hear alarm going off. Be right back. I got lucky. I got lucky. It was just my house warning me that I needed to change over to the reserve battery. Nothing serious. Oh, I gotta change that alarm sound so that I don't fucking confuse it. Now, where's that keybind mapping? Oh, but that's for an Xbox controller. Ugh. Nightfold, Soul Mode, Melee Block, Heal Weapon Switch, Consumable, Sparrow Guide. Interesting, there's no inventory key. There's no access the inventory key that I see here. There's no access the map key on a controller. Interesting. Go up to the bookshelf for your armor and class. There's a bookshelf, but I can't read. Inventory. Journal. Map. Huh. Oh, okay, wait. The inventory key is the exact same as the pause menu. Okay, I'm just a dumbass. Oh, shit. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Let's kill these things again before they kill me. Ooh, this feels smooth. Go up to the bookshelf for your armor and class in the world like in your tent. Wait, I have to go to a tent to level up? Do me a favor, set an emergency hotkey, play music and activate the BRB so you can go check alarms quickly and not lose time. Yeah, it'll take me some time. I'll figure that out eventually. Listen, my stream and its interactions and shit for the longest time has been held together with tissue paper and wishes. That's not going to change anytime soon. I always try put one wacky piece of shit on my stream and then it breaks. And now the fact that I've got kick channel points back, that shit's coming back. Expect many technical problems in the future. Is this an MMO? I don't think so. It may have been marketed by one. Or marketed as one at some point. Best controller of all time was the wired Xbox 360 controller. I'm sorry, I'm a PlayStation fanboy. Because they put the movement fucking... The left analog stick in the right place. This shit where the keys are below the movement key, that shit don't work for me. Okay, now here's the question. How do I activate my abilities? Is that gonna come later? Of course it's an MMO. It has fishing. Okay, that settles it then. This is an MMO. But where's this bird taking me? Pick some flowers. We have to go up there. Yeah, it looks like I gotta go up there. You! Time to die. Oh shit, he's got a lot of health. Fuck me. Oh, that's smooth. Oh, that's smooth. Ow. Fuck, he got me. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. One more. There we go. There we go. I haven't played Lords of the Fallen, though. This is Soulframe. I'm liking this so far. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Ooh, man, this feels fucking smooth. Unfortunate. Ah, we're breaking boxes. Just like ye old England. We get money and shit for that. Let's just get back up to full health. But where am I supposed to go here? I'm once again lost. Thank God this bird exists. Oh, he's telling me not even to be here. Jesus Christ. Okay. If epitome was real. No, don't worry. Give it a week. They said that they're doing all this amazing AI technology stuff that's going to allow them to build the game off of $5. And you just don't see the vision yet. What you should do is you should pay 8,500 euros to them immediately. So that you can get yourself embedded in the lore of the game. It's coming. Any day now. Any day now. Let's go give this guy a fight. Is that a dog? Oh, we gotta Hassan the dog first. Where'd the dog go? Oh, it's just like Kaya. It ran to place. PS controller abilities are square, triangle, and circle. Okay, I don't have those yet. Circle's dodge, though. The mapping seems about the same as Xbox, so that's fine. That's not going to bother me too much. What I love about the EverQuest community is that because it's an MMO balanced for party combat, people are really candid if you're shit. Maybe I need to put King EverQuest on the list then. Bird, tell me where to go. I have one ability. The ability to run. And pick flowers. Whoop. We woke someone up. I beat up a level 14. You ain't shit to me. Whoop. Get fucked. Hold share. I keep forgetting what share is. I don't know how to level up because I'm too fucking stupid to figure that out. That seemed good, whatever that was. We like bright, shiny lights. Oh, shit. He's got a Zweihander. Spacing, dodge. Dead. Get fucked. It's all coming back to me. It's like riding a bicycle. Go to Nightfall. Hold on. Okay, so I think I'm supposed to do this, right? Oh, then it takes us back to our hut. And that's when we level up. Okay, I understand now. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Alright. So it's just, I'm a fucking idiot, that's all. Each battle, drop a drop in a well of war, absorb a small amount of life. Oh, yes, please. Take that. Last stand, hold your ground, low life triggers, increased attack speed. A pact under the blue sun, gain grace. Gain courage. That seems to be our main stat, so I'll take that. Your defense against stagger is heightened. Absolutely taking that. When you fall, your sparrow soul has more time to return to your body. A pact under the green moon gains spirit. I'm gonna need this. I don't need to be a healer. Oh wait, regain life more efficiency. That's probably for group play. Lifesteal sounds good. Can I get more of that? No. Okay, well, let's take that. I don't know what any of this means yet. A touch of schizophrenia is a good thing. All the most creative people in the world are always schizophrenic, right? Oh, and this is where you go to gear yourself out. Physical, magic, and stability. Physical. Okay, we can be more deep. Okay, magic's not helpful for us because we're a warrior. So not doing that. Got nothing there. Got nothing there. Combat arts. Long blade. What weapons do we have here? Greatsword. Polearm. Magic. Homosexuality. Short blade. Hey, guess what I'm gonna go for? Oh, okay, it's one of those things where you have to use the weapon in order to level it up. Okay. Okay, I see. Increases chance of smite. Okay. There we go. There we go. How do I get a two-handed weapon? If you're gonna go big dick, you go big dick or you go home. What the? Oh, this is like, this is your Firelink shrine. Okay, okay. Where's the sad guy?
Study here in Fold of Night.
Oh, there's the sad guy.
So many genius works left half-written.
Okay, what do you do for me, bud?
There is no future for a pastless people, Envoy. Our minds and shelves emptied. Yes, it seems time at last to finish my book. But what title is worthy of the Orem Canus seal?
Okay.
Enough.
There's
of this
nothing here.
whispering. I cannot focus on my book. Ha! A welcome respite.
Okay, there's nothing here. That's the map.
Kerrail is a vision this time of
Finally
year.
finished with my project. Congratulations.
Mind the
Sorry, I couldn't have been of more help.
sludge.
I'm an incompetent retard and I have to figure things out for myself, so I was going to be of zero help either way. Oh, look, I can spend money! I was wondering where the cash shop was. Well, never touching that button again. What's in here? Nothing. And you? What are you? The stinky cavern awaits you. I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to assume I've done everything I need to here right now, and I need to learn more about the story before I touch anything else.
By Odin Rain.
It's pirate software.
This beast we claim.
Dreams, their meaning like a river, curving beyond sight. Yes, that is a good title.
Just do the story and you will unlock more features. Yeah, I'm getting the impression that the game's trying to make me do the story so that it can teach me things. Very strange. Not something to be expected from a game. How dare they do this to me? Hold on. Oh, I suppose I have to go to the big fucking circle over there. Is Soulframe basically the fantasy version of Warframe? I mean, I see the association between the two based on the movement, the fluidity of things. I can see where people would get that idea.
Of the sign not above. If there exists a soulless creature, one need only look skyward.
To collect the glowing shit, left trigger, and then attack. Left trigger, and then attack. Okay. Wait, that one. Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay. Okay, thank you. I would have missed that entirely. You. Time to die, bitch. Okay, now how do I use my abilities? That's the real question here. Triangle is kick. X is jump. Get shit on.
Big legs. Hello, hell.
What are you?
By Sans Zeus.
Oh, look, it's my ex.
To get that out for days. You here looking for that monstered up stag, I bet?
What do you know?
No, nothing really. Just how it lives in a secrecy glade hidden by ancient magics and how to find said secrecy glade and disenchant said ancient magic. Few tracks and I'm an open scroll.
You'd rather the Ode have him.
Okay, big legs.
I'm not giving you money. Fuck you. Sentient bok choy.
From the ground, the glade's all puckered up. You need the right totem to tickle it open. Lucky for you, I've got one stashed down in Durmac. Simple as you going down there and fetching it.
Ode after the stag. Why? Need a hanky?
Sludge spewers to get gone. Can't get a breath in edgewise.
Okay. What's your story?
Story? No story, really. Sprouted up in a patch just before the sky got kicked down. Had us a clean, wet river. Not like this greasy one. But those spiders fell and that ditty rang out and all you big legs lost your nerve. Well, me and mine got rounded up because me and mine don't hear music the same as you lot.
Sentient cabbage, yeah.
Away. I got snatched. I got
It's
away.
a little twigger.
So here I stand, tall as I am. Name's Evercott.
Now, the problem with all of his voice lines is he's speaking British and not American, so I can't quite understand what he's saying.
Look around here. These sludge slingers can't stand the sight of something wild. I don't like this stuff at the best any more than I like snivelling in that crate.
Okay.
Might be you use this. One of those talky ode things on the patch. My treat.
Time to die. Damn it. He sells good shit. Well, I mean, he just gave me free shit, so I can't be too mad. Where am I supposed to go? Apparently that way. But that's not where the bird... Why is the bird taking me in the opposite direction to where that bird is? I don't know, maybe it'll make sense in a second. Let's follow Grandpa's Pulaki and see where it leads us. It's taking me into danger is where it's fucking taking me. Okay, now let's try an ability. Aha, okay, so that's how that works. Oh, these guys are going down like nothing. Okay, so to collect that, we do that. And then we hit attack. What did that do?
Is rewritten line by line.
Okay, I'm assuming that Da Vinci there is going to be the narrator of all the shit. Is the bird elite? I think it is. I think it fucking is. Yep, it was. I'm up. Easy. Easy. Oh, ooh, nice. Stab him in the dick. I feel like these NPCs aren't that fucking bright if they can't see me from that far away. But maybe it's just because the game's being easy on me because I'm low level. Everything that you can buy, 10 or less of, buy every single time. I'll keep that in mind. And completely forget it 5 seconds later. Have you encountered challenging combat yet? Not really. Haven't had anything like that happen yet. But this is Scotland. Most of the children are vegan and malnourished. So that kind of makes sense. Where's the asylum demon in this game? What?
Look around here. These
I've already been through this.
can't stand the sight of something wild. I don't like this stuff at the best any more than I
Okay, I can't skip dialogue. That's a little bit annoying. Why? What? Is there a hole here? There's a hole here. Yay. Okay, now we're back in Skyrim. I'm going to be looking for the Dragon Claw. And then I'm going to be doing Baby's first puzzle. Is this early access? Yes. As far as I'm aware, it is. Ah, that was a sneaky little loading screen there. So it could load in the next area. Well played. Well done. Hiding that away from the player. Something's going to drop down from there and try and kill me. Maybe not. Hey, the horse, because it's the Chinese New Year, year of the horse, in honor of my dick size. Really, really small. What? Okay, that's locked. What am I going for here? Okay, exploration has rewards to it, so go off the beaten path. That's nice. That's nice. Real old school game dev thing, where they hide little secrets in little corners. And you actually want to explore the world and find that shit? Very nice.
A relic of pre-Odin wars. The Fire King, Fenjodar, built this place. The Undercity of Dermak.
Is there a map? Yes. If I go here, there's the map. You'll see the entire map of this entire place is just a lowercase t. That's the whole map of the entire game.
The old traps, sharp as ever.
Yeah, fuck. I don't think you can hit me. What's up here? You have 3 more codes. Well, if you want to give them to people, I would suggest you can either blast them in chat and watch people scramble, or you can put them in the Discord. Or give them to your friends. Better yet, give them to people you know in real life. And get them, manipulate them slowly into playing this game with you. If Bull Cosby can... Oh wait, we can steal shit. Okay, cool. I thought I had to break it apart. If Bull Cosby can manipulate a bunch of women into his office, you can manipulate them into your office too. With a free game key. What's down here? Oh, I like the set design of this. This looks fucking fantastic. Let's get the chicken to tell me where to go.
In Wolfgut's name.
Oh, get fucked. You're gonna die instantly. Easy. I missed that tooltip. I didn't read what that said. I wish I could change the camera angle and just zoom out just a little bit more. There you go, free game key. Time to scramble. Scramble to get you game key. He's a betting man. He wants to see who gets there first. Field of view in settings. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Let's bump that up. Save. Oh, that's better. That's perfect. Ooh, that's much better. Oh, I'm glad you told me that. Okay, now we're just breaking into people's homes. Breaking and entering. Very nice. Whoop. More swords. Nope. Just scrap iron. think I've been here already. I think I'm going in circles. Is there anything in here? Been in there already?
Synod's collector is dispatched. Scour every yard of that tomb and prepare for him a tribute. These histories must burn, or more gruels will come.
Okay, so she's obviously the bad guy. She's very obviously the bad bitch that you're supposed to kill at some point. Oh! There's Big Bonk! Yeah, you just keep on emoting at me. Yeah, you just keep doing that. Easy. Easy. Oh, there he is. He kind of blends into the background. Jesus.
The cats are everywhere, huh?
Gonna call it here. Well, thanks for stopping by, Vagabond. Go live your life, dude.
I'm good here. Just up ahead and left. You can't miss it.
Okay, go right.
Or was it right?
Oh, okay, there was the fuck up. Okay, can't go there. Can't go through there. What's around this corner? I get the hint that that opens from the other side. More money. I'm going in the complete wrong direction. Wait, kick it. Ooh, I didn't try kick it. You're right. Nope. That's not allowed. Down here. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's killing my fucking health. Oh, it's my ocarina.
Good. Now, let your familiar be our guide. I suppose, little genius, in a way, you are.
Okay, now is just get the fuck out of here? Is it...
Do you feel that, envoy? The air falls heavy here. A disruption in the lay. Old Zotar wanders near.
Okay. Oh shit, that's cool. Oh, I like that. Let's go test that out. Come here. Come here. Like a hot dick through butter.
There's gruel among you. Synod will have me sky wheeled of his tributed likened. Find the gruel and send them back to the fires of Kar.
Is this the door? That's the same door. No, it's not. It's a different one.
Ashed and cratered. Burn, invader!
I feel like this game's like, I don't know if it's giving me a shield or something, but I'm not taking any damage on some of those swings. Okay, dig that out. Come on, give me the first boss fight at least. Was that it?
True, her arms entwined in saffron blue. Oh, but I cannot.
Was that the first dungeon? Was that it? Where's the boss fight? Oh, there's a drop in frames. On higher levels, it's gonna be worse.
Fascinating. The soul severed, separate, anew. Now to find the aforementioned secret glade. Yes, I know it's not a real world.
Well, since we're invincible. Very nice. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Those Skyrim tomb doors work like Metroid Prime doors, where you open them, it loads the area behind them in that moment. Yeah, no, I noticed that. That's very nice. That's a very sneaky way of doing things. You can tell by the frame drop and the fact that, like, you know, everything starts stuttering a little bit. You know, that's smart implementation as opposed to, like, throwing you into a loading screen every 5 fucking seconds. Ah, it's the Ananukai. Of course, Alex Jones was right once again. What is this box? This box seems important.
The collector has landed. Make your preparations.
Yakub, no, the forehead's not big enough. It can't be him. Whoa. What's that? Oh, now we have to play notes to this fucking thing. R1, triangle, X, triangle, square. What did that do? I just serenaded a fucking deer like I'm pirate software trying to fuck it. And then it just vanished. Alex Jones has been real quiet recently, actually. I wonder if he's worried about getting fucking murdered in his sleep. If I was him, I would constantly be scared of that shit. Oh. I'm sorry, good sir. I thought you were an enemy. It seems you're just another laborer. What's that thing? Oh, that's beaver. What man can chase but never catch. Where do I get the spaceship hideout? I didn't even know there was a spaceship hideout. Hold L2. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Triangle R1. Now, who's this midget bitch? Oh, shite, Bambi. Get up for me. It's my chamber pot. This gives you totems for weapons. I don't even know what totems are. We stab her? No, fuck. Where we go from here? Useless. Whoever's hiring these guards, I hope they're getting paid minimum wage.
Here, envoy. Here.
Okay. Another dungeon. We just wait for this to load. Holy lens flare, Batman. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking epilepsy warnings this game needs.
The shimmering pictics. Have the old engines.
It seems to be a continuation of what Stephen Sheriff was doing with Javiri. You didn't have a spaceship, you had a cave you hid a way in. Baby. Oh, fuck. That hit hurt. Fragment discovered. Don't know what that means. None of that seems to matter for now. It's just running through things like you're a fucking lawnmower. Got it. This looks like it doesn't play well on a joystick. It feels like it plays well. It feels pretty fucking good on a joystick, if I'm being honest. It feels pretty fucking dank on a joystick to me. Wonder if this is gonna get as blinding as Warframe. It might. I get the feeling that they really like their epilepsy effects. I might stroke out on the stream. Is this the boss fight room?
History's envoy, a mythical stag, the omen beast of the Dentwit people. Alcast children, all.
Okay. Not through there, apparently.
Some way of aligning the symbolic herd? See you any magics that might offer a clue, huh?
Oh, it's puzzle game time.
The mighty stag leads where his herd follows.
It's Skyrim puzzle time.
Internal lessons of the antlered and behooved.
Face them the same way as all the deers. Oh, we've got to use magic side. Okay, it's pointing left. It's pointing right. It's pointing left. It's pointing forward or backwards. One or the other. Is that it? That's it. There we go.
Foreseen what lies beyond. We might need to stay here to document these invaluable histories.
I still don't know what I'm supposed to do with these things. I wonder if I'm supposed to use the flaming sword here. No. Oh, hello. Hello, is this the first boss fight? Is this Udex Gundia? That's the respawn point. Okay.
There. You're soon to be one of us. Just as you were, traitor. You seek a pact with these wretched beasts.
I can't do shit.
Let your fates be intertwined.
Oh, here we go. Boss fight time.
You defy us.
Whoop.
No child sleeps cold but for the old.
Yeah, what's your moveset? Swing. Swing. Okay. Dodge that. Ow. Okay, she locks us in a circle. Ow. Fuck. Healed at the wrong time.
Stop.
Fuck. That was just fucking stupid on my part. Fuck. I keep falling for that same trap. She keeps catching me with that one. Okay, dodge that. Get fucked.
What are you doing?
That was way too easy. That was way too easy. Okay. It's just like Epstein, pulling children out of the ocean and saving them and definitely not doing anything bad to them. Is there no lock-on feature? No, not by the looks of it.
Evil grasp of eye.
If there's a lock-on feature, I can't find it. Oh, that's why that was easy. That's the real boss. Cool music. Oh. There was a knockdown there and I think I missed it. Is this just fucking Horizon Zero Dawn fantasy version? Where you could just stand under shit because then it doesn't have the hitbox to get you? Whoop. Whoop, it got me there. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Just stand underneath its legs. I think the devs may have fucked this one up. Okay, stand here, get the tree. Nope, never mind, the tree did nothing. That music was fucking peak, but that boss fight was way too fucking easy. That was a basic bitch boss fight. It's a hard mode later on where you only have one life and if you die you need to make a new consumable to get in. So hardcore basically. Yeah, just like any street fight, focus on the balls. Hit him in the lady balls. Oh man, Pirate Software would love this game. Yo, fuck you, bud. I just saved your ass. I love that it gives me camera control.
I am damned. Eternal.
This would be a very touching scene if I knew what the fuck was going on.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, do I fight them both now?
You. I do not know you. You look like the Clegs who skinned my lovers. Who brined my rivers. Who smeared their metal bowels on every wind. Yet you bear the ancient scent of kin. Can it be you are an envoy the Empress spoke of? Yes? Yes.
Man, I have no fucking idea what's going on here.
Root, stag of the Anduin Glades, omen ward of the Dendrid herds. Envoy, I offer you the grace of my crown.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius. He's right behind me, isn't he? Alright. Alright, okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop there because I'm out of time. I was out of time 10 minutes ago, but that was actually pretty fucking good. I'll give the game this, right? For that being early access, that was pretty impressive. That was actually a pretty impressive intro. No fucking clue what's going on, but I kind of feel like this is one of those games where you're not supposed to know what the fuck is happening. That was impressive. I think the combat needs work. I think the combat feels kind of like very AAA-ish, where it's doing the same thing that a lot of AAA games do. Visuals and graphics are pretty fucking fantastic. Maybe the story gets better and it starts to make sense the further in you get. That was very Fever Dream-ish, but not in a bad way. This might actually be a good fucking game. It's been a while since I've seen one of those. Did you have access to the other weapons? I don't know. I'll figure that out the next time I'm playing this. Now, this is the way it's going to work. This was my day. This was my breath of fresh air from playing WoW. Right? So I am going to be going back into WoW. I'm hopefully going to be, harassing other streamers and making their lives a little bit of a living hell, making, shit a little bit funny. Whoa. Whoa, that's loud. That wasn't bad. That really wasn't that bad. What else do you have to say about that experience? Inventory's unique. It seems to have a unique system. I see how it bit off of Warframe a lot. But I do think the combat feels a little bit too easy. Enemies feel like they're made of fucking paper. They're just origami because they just fold when you look at them. But maybe that's just because I'm so deeply embedded in the idea of Warframe. I mean, not in Warframe, of Elden Ring and Dark Souls and all of that shit. But it's not bad. It's not bad. That had a really strong start to it, and it felt good to play. Now, I'm gonna fuck off. I've got things to do tomorrow. I've got work to do. I've got a whole bunch of other shit that needs doing. So, I hope you enjoyed. It's time for all of you to fuck off. I don't know what you were doing here in the first place. Very interesting. Very impressive for an early access game. You don't usually see that level of quality. Now, it's time for me to disappear. And it's also time for you to disappear. Fuck off. Go live your life. Get the fuck out of here. Also, happy Chinese New Year. Happy Chinese New Year.
Steam in my face, red oil drips like fade. Grandma's pot on a steel plate. I'm sweating, I'm shaking in my seat. Tongue tip tingles, whole skull sings. Chilly demons pulling on my strings. I know I'm gonna hate tomorrow. this is the last bite. Then I reach for the ladle again. If heaven tastes like this tonight, I'll take the heat, I'll take the sin. Spicy hot pot makes me nuts. Can't stop shoveling, burn my guts. Eyes roll back.